Welcome to Bitter Bits.
Good. That was really good. You know, sometimes I talk a little bit beforehand, and I actually did this time because I was talking to Erica about something. But apparently in that, like, 2-minute window, my throat decided that it was over. My throat was like, nah, you're done. Sorry. Obviously, it just hasn't been enough. That fucking hog! It's like, there you go. That's what you gotta do to get revved up. Hydration is paused. I paused hydration for a little bit because it started to feel a little redundant. Because like the whole point of hydration originally was because like I drink a lot of water when I'm not streaming, but I forget to when I am streaming. But because of the hydration thing, I've actually been drinking a little bit more often and staying on top of the drink. So I had to pause for a little bit to see how I'm doing. As far as the. Dude, Steam Big Picture, you're so good, but my god, I swear I opened this thing by accident more than I've ever actually intended to open it. And the worst part is, if you accidentally, like, exit it the wrong way, you can just shut down your damn computer, which is really funny. We're gonna do some ornaments tonight, so welcome to everybody for doing. We're gonna talk about the Steam replay, which is really funny. The Steam replay is one of those moments that I looked at and I was like, God, you can absolutely tell that I play video games for a living as opposed to the normal average, whatever the hell we're doing. Because I think even people that play games pretty consistently, the amount of like achievements and different games that I play is insane. And the crazy part is this doesn't even cover like the shit that we do off of like itch. And it's pretty nuts actually to what the Steam Big Picture? No, it wasn't random. I clicked, if you open up Steam and you look at the shortcuts in the top right, you'll see one that looks like a little TV. Oh, the year review. No, it's not random. It actually makes a lot of sense. We're gonna look at that here in a minute because it's pretty interesting. I'm sorry you don't feel good, Jigakuro. I hope. My throat is also about to start saying no. Yeah, I don't get sick. I swear to God, my body's like completely broken because I don't get sick like that. I get like fatigue up the ass to the point where I just feel like I'm dead. Like I can't even like whatever. And then like, but I don't really get like the phlegming and the coughing and the sneezing. Mine will just be like my chest hurts. I think my heart's dying. I think my chest is dying. Great. I'm guessing a ton of achievements, but very few rare ones. It's a ton of achievements, but we actually have a decent amount of rare ones. But that's mainly because I think like they come from some of our mainstay games that we visited quite a lot throughout the years. So like some of those have pretty low completion percentages, but since they were games that we played a lot, we had, you know, some of the chunkier achievements from them. But there's also things like I guess there's like rarity on like some of the ones that are like stupid Spooky Month games and stuff like that have minimal completion that might be like a game that maybe people played for like an hour, but we actually like completed it for whatever stupid reason. Anyway, the list is fun. So that's pretty cool. So we'll take a look at that here in a minute. This is actually probably my favorite replay thing that I've seen yet. I did say that was probably our last night of doing Prime 4 last night, but we're going to do one more night because I would actually like to finish it. The game is so far like a 5 or 6 out of 10, and it's crazy to me that this game could be like a 9 out of 10 if it just removed things. And the more I think about that, the crazier it gets because there are aspects of this game that I think if we're just taken out completely, they would be like far, far better. And I think that's like... I think that's pretty crazy. Is like, because I don't say that very often with games where it's like, this would be better if it was just gone. Not like revamped or changed or anything like straight up just gone. And there's a lot of that in Prime, which is really strange. Like, it's really strange because there's just aspects of it. I'm like, yep, this could just go away and I wouldn't be heartbroken at all. As a matter of fact, I'd be like, yeah, the game's probably better for it. Like, if I look at something like Breath of the Wild that has like issues that I would maybe correct, they're never things that I'd be like, yeah, just remove that completely. Like the Divine Beast. I don't think they're perfect, but I think they worked pretty well considering what they were and like the fact that you could visit them at any point. They did end up being a little bit boring as a result because there's not much... It gets hard when you have to develop something that can be done at any point during the game in a sliding power scale type situation. However, yeah, it was a bot that was trying to by viewers remove the space. It's bots have gotten pathetic. It's like the saddest thing in the world. Like they used to be like so aggressive and like have these like big hot links everywhere, and Twitch has done a pretty good job of getting rid of them for the most part. I got to give them credit, man. You see a lot less bots these days than you used to, so that's pretty cool. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I miss the real viewers. Well, they're not here because we're doing Prime 4. They're all dead. They're all dead. You could get big follows that would do you absolutely nothing. Trust me, if front page stream follows don't amount to much, I'm sure bot follows also don't amount to much, right? So that's my problem with TikTok. That entire platform, you can basically just buy your way into whatever, and it's really gross. That was half the reason I stopped using it, because I was like, this is so stupid. That's why I don't think many games where I want anything removed. Yeah, Prime 4 is definitely a game where I 100% would be like, yeah, you could just yeah, you could just remove all of this. and it'd be fine. Yeah, so what we're gonna do tonight is we're gonna put up some ornaments, and then we're gonna finish Metroid Prime 4, and if we finish it pretty quickly, we might do some Kenshi or something and see what's going on with Thingwin and the gang. Thingwin and the gang. Also, Zelda, I got your message. I'm happy to hear that. Hopefully Lonk is doing good. I don't know if you have any updates on that. Hopefully they're doing better. I hope Jigakuro feels better, because I know they're sick. I know Pink's been sick. Pretty much everybody's been sick. I don't know if like I cursed everyone like last week or something by being just general feeling like garbage. But again, it's like, again, I wasn't like sneezing or coughing or anything like I just felt like trash. Like absolute doo-doo trash. Like the worst. The biggest, most terrible of doo-doo trash. Your news? I didn't get your news. I got the image of Charlie Kelly saying that his they were talking about every time somebody wants to refer to somebody being insane, they put up the Pepe Silvio thing. I did see that. Is that the news? Oh, that was the good news. That's good. All right, I'm glad to hear that. That's fantastic. A couple of fever spikes over 103. Ooh. Did you think about taking him to the doctor? 103? It's pretty up there, man. Do y'all have like a family doctor you can take him to, or like whatever, just to kind of maybe get some tests done or something? Because that's pretty high. I think what is it? Whenever over like 102, you normally want to start. You definitely want to start either medicating with like something to reduce fever, or looking into like checking in with a doctor on that one. That's pretty high. I mean, I'm not telling you what to do, because like I'm not a parent, but it does seem pretty high. Then again, kids are also crazy resilient. Oh yeah, you do, don't you? Yeah, you're good. You're good. That's right. you got this. You don't need my dumbass telling you anything. That's unfair to myself. I know a decent amount about medical shit because I've just been exposed to a lot of it, but I have no formal training or anything like that. So there you go. There you go. But I do have concern. I did see something really funny, actually. There was a specific thing that was part of an update that addressed that thing that happened the other night where our like capture card just like completely locked up. So I was like, damn, that was fun. So there was also something else. So in my quest for grabbing anything and everything possible, I have two stories. One, I spent an hour and a half on the phone with T-Mobile earlier. Hour and 15 minutes. So for those of you who do not know, not only did we get super lucky and we were able to dump Spectrum a couple of years ago, Lumos was the company that I ended up going with. They are a fiber company that was out of West Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Pretty cool overall. They were very nice people in general every time I called them, and their customer service was so damn easy that all you did was call a number and somebody would pick up and be like, Lumos customer service. That was it. There was no phone tree, nothing. You literally, somebody in like Virginia would pick up and they'd be like, hey, or like somebody in like North Carolina, and they would immediately be like, are you calling from is this the account associated with the number you're calling from? I'd be like, yep. They're like, oh, cool. And then they'd say my name and they'd be like, awesome, what's going on? And they would fix it if there was an issue. Now, for those of you who don't know, we have the privilege, which is really wonderful, of Lumos being purchased by T-Mobile. Thank God, you know, because like that's what I was hoping for, because T-Mobile also donated to the ballroom at the White House, so I'm really thrilled that the T-Mobile bought Lumos. I guess it was the only way that any of these fucking losers could have possibly ever gotten fiber put down ever in a million years. So here's the thing. So I get an email a couple days ago, and I'm like, all right, cool, I got to set up my account. It's like, don't forget to migrate your Lumos to T-Mobile. Ah! And I'm like, okay. And I was like, I have a feeling this is going to be stupid. So let me just chill out here on this, and I'll try to get this. I'll try to get this done later. And so today was the day I was like, let me go set up autopay, because the one nice part about T-Mobile is that they do have an option that if you set up autopay, you save a little bit of money on your bill, so it will be slightly cheaper. So I go, and it's time to start migrating everything over. So I click the thing, goes through like the little portal deal that does whatever, and it's like, okay, you know, it's time to make your account. And I put in my address, and I got my my identification number for the piece of it's the optical network transit, ONT or whatever it is. I think that's what they're called. It's the component that the fiber will go into that you'll split out to your router.
Welcome
and shit.
to Bitter Bits.
So it's like a serial number, basically. So I do that, and I get that, and I'm going through, and it's like, oh hey, we found your address, we found your account. I'm like, okay, cool, awesome. So it starts transferring stuff, and then it gets to the part where it says, hey, good job, you did your bullshit. Put in your name, put in your number, and like all this stuff, and it says put in your phone number, all this shit. And I get to it, and it's like invalid phone number, and I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? I'm like, what do you mean? And so I'm looking into this, and it's like, oh, if you're a T-Mobile subscriber, you need to have like the phone number associated with the internet line. And I'm like, it's a fucking fiber connection. This isn't like dial-up, and this isn't some stupid 5G thing. I'm like, did they not update their system to allow for migrations from people who are specifically coming in from the fiber internet side of things? And I tried it. Multiple different solutions, nothing worked. So I have to call them. I'm on hold for 35 minutes. Finally, a lady picks up, and she's like, oh yeah, that's been a problem. I'm like, yeah, of course that's been a problem. I'm like, oh yeah. She's like, no, you had everything that you needed. She's like, so there's a number associated with your account that you need to have. And I'm like, what is it, like a fake phone number? She's like, yeah, basically. I'm like, okay. I was like, cool. So there's a phone number associated with this now that isn't my phone number. And she's like, yes. And I'm like, but it's not like a DSL. It's not like a piece of like DSL equipment or a 5G connection. So like, it's not going through anything to do with cell phones or landline connections. Or I was like, it's all fiber connect. Why is there she's like, it's just in our system. We have to have those as like accounts. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, okay, fine. And then it's like, all right, cool. So now that I have this number, I should be able to get in, right? She's like, no. She's like, actually, what we have to do is I'm gonna have to send you another confirmation. Then you're gonna have to tell me what you want your PIN to be, and you're gonna have to tell me what you want like this to be, and then I can set it up and it'll send you this so you can. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, and she was nice, but I'm like, what the fuck? It's not her fault. So I wasn't frustrated with her, and I wasn't like saying anything about this because she's just a rep. She didn't control any of this shit. I'm like, what is all this bullshit? And like, finally, after setting up like a PIN and my fake phone number and like getting the address updated and everything done, it's been like 2 hours since I started this fucking process. And I'm like, oh my God, I literally wanted to log in to set up autopay for my bill. That's it. That's all I wanted to do. So this is definitely one of those moments where like big telecom company just bought up whatever they could to basically get out ahead of like Spectrum and all them. And they kind of have just fucked Spectrum in this area because like that Spectrum has no control over these fiber lines now, and they're not going to allow them to just run more in specific areas, especially if they bought portions of it. So they'd have to run them in different spots. So they're fucked, which is kind of funny, but also it sucks because we're going to end up in the same goddamn situation we were in before, where like a couple companies hold the fiber connections. And I'm like, I would prefer if like Spectrum, AT&T, T-Mobile, all these companies had fiber connections so they can do what the part of capitalism that's supposed to fucking work but never does because of greed, Which is the whole like, oh look, they're now competing, so maybe they're gonna drive prices down. But no, of course we're in this like gross monopoly shitbag situation again, where now only a couple companies have fiber connections, and a couple of the other ones are still running off coaxial connections that are... So we're in the same position as we were before, which is just incredible. And like, if T-Mobile's like account... Listen, if the account setup was that bad, what the fuck does it look like if a problem happens? Like, what? At least with Spectrum, if you called them, they'd be like, dude, we'll have somebody out like tomorrow. They jacked off into a shoebox, but like they'd be out here. Holy shit. I mean, like, dude, if it was that difficult just to get the account made, and I had to literally call and get the intervention to get the account created, we are in huge trouble if something goes wrong now. And thank God that nothing really does with the fiber connections, but like, holy shit. I was like, well, what a wonderful day. But it's okay though, because that leads me into my next situation here, which is that AI is going to save us all. It's okay, because AI is going to fix everything. First off, before we get to that though, no, it's totally going to save us, and I'm going to show you why, and I'm going to show you how it's going to save us, because there's a couple images that I'm going to show you that you're going to be like, I've changed my mind. AI will save everything. It will fix everything. We love it. Yum yum. But before you do that, why don't you shop on down at Hog Scooters, 803-920-4416. Get squealing. Come on down to Hog Scooters. Get squealing. I couldn't even be angry. Part of me was angry. I saw this on a beat-up-ass moped. I was angry, but at the same time, I couldn't stop looking at Hog and his face. And then the words "get squealing." I don't understand. I love it, but I hate it, because like, at what point is a moped gonna be squealing? Are they talking about like maybe like a fan belt type situation where like something's going nuts and like a belt's like missile, it's just like ripping out of... I don't know. Something could go squealing. Who knows? Yeah, when it tries to go 40 kilometers per hour. There you go. That's it. Maybe it'll be squealing then. But I'm really proud of Hog Scooters. But it's okay, because don't worry. All that aside, Hog Scooters, AI is going to save us. Because first and foremost, you can now get real letters with real magic. Definitely not AI generated. This is a site, and I specifically did not include the site. I saw this as an ad. Apparently, like, you can go and get, like, an AI generated real letter delivered to like your AI generated mailbox. But see, if you go to this website and you look at it, they say real letters, real magic, but I mean, if everything's AI generated, I don't think that the letter is going to be real. I'm just saying. Now, if you think that this is pathetic and strange and weird, hold on to your butts, because AI will save us all. I present you with probably what might be, and I am not being dramatic when I say this, one of the most cringeworthy and depressing images I've ever seen. Are you ready? Who's strapped in? Because this one's gonna hurt. This is a real ad from a real company that makes money, that utilizes, I think, Google's AI shit. Strap in. Here we go. As if getting real letters, real magic, AI generated directly to your doorstep wasn't bad enough. Imagine being... If there is someone that is this lonely, that's you out here AI generating yourself in the bamboo forest in fucking China or some shit, and you got One Piece Man, Squid, Panda, Arcane Legends Supreme Riot character that I can't remember the name of, and Sailor Moon, I'll talk to you. I will talk to you. We can talk about... There's something... Fucking reach out to me. Oh my god. Like, I was like, dude, why? Dude, straight up, if somebody is this fucking sad and like depressed that they're out here like AI generating like fucking vacation pictures with Squidward, yes, I would talk to them 100%. I'd be like, yo, you want to let's talk about something. Let's talk. What you into? You gotta like something on this planet. Like, come on, let's talk. Let's do anything. Do you want to play fucking what do you want to do? Something, man? Like, you can't do this. You can't. Like, come on. Who are you gonna fucking send this to? Yeah, but they're just trying to sell you. Listen, I'm just saying, this shit's funny on the surface, but the more you think about this, the more depressing it gets. Because, like, there are people who are going to fucking do this. There are people who are going to do it, and they're going to, like, lie about going places, and it's just sad. It's just sad. Like, dude, I about fucking died when I saw that. I was like, oh my God. I was like, that is one of the worst I've seen. And you know what? And like, the more I thought about it, that made me like Hog Scooters more. Because at least Hog Scooters was no longer AI generated. So, you know, there you go. Which is good. That's good that AI Scooters, Hog Scooters wasn't doing that to me. Hog Scooters at least was just creepy, being like, get squealing, which I don't really like that. But, you know, it's, at least there's that. Which is cool. So, like, I mean, you know, Hog Scooters is real. There was something else I was going to show y'all. I had an image of it. Hang on a second. God, I love real letters, real magic. And I'm like, yeah, real fucking fake. Oh, this was the other one I saw, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I have the answer to your question. So this was one that was like, please use AI. Please, we need this. Please, I love you.com. I saw this one. There was a Microsoft ad. Awkward moment, tough question. You've got this. Just ask Copilot. To which the person in the ad asked, ugh, what if my aunt asked if I'm still single again? I have a couple reasons why you might still be single, ugh. It might have to do with the fact that you are asking AI, ugh, what if my aunt asks a simple fucking question? You tell aunt, shove it up your ass and die. That's what you tell aunt. Get out of my personal life, you psycho crazy person. Shut the fuck up. But I tell you, if you gotta ask Copilot, ugh, what if my aunt asked? I think it's the question here that kills me. It couldn't be like something that's like practical or like something you might need in the moment, because like that would make sense, right? Like if somebody, now typically you could Google search it or something like that. Like if you wanted to be like, how many meters are on like in a football field or some shit, like some kind of conversion that like an AI thing would actually do pretty well with, because like a normal search engine would do it, but like technically this would actually do some calculation for you and it might actually be useful. But no, they're pitching it off of ugh, comma, what if my aunt asks if I'm single again? Yes, because if you feed it something simple enough, it'll probably do it right until it doesn't. Because it has to be simple, because if you feed it something too complex, it's just gonna fail miserably. But the point is, it couldn't be something like even remotely practical. Y'all are missing the point completely. What I'm saying is that ad could have like something practical to someone in any way, shape, or form that could maybe showcase what you're trying to pitch. But no. They put in, ugh, what if aunt asks if single again? Be like, fuck aunt. Tell aunt to shove up ass. And I do also think that might be why you're still single, is because you're asking Copilot what to do in a very simple social situation. Point being, I love grabbing AI ads, and I love making fun of them, because they're super fucking stupid. The correct answer is D's nuts. Thank you, IoT, I agree. D's nuts would be, that is fair. That's a good set of words. I've been slowly collecting, and you guys are welcome to send me these anytime you see them. I've been slowly collecting the unhinged RimWorld and unhinged Kenshi comments. Some of them are a little bit crazy. I did catch this one though, that was titled, "For all you war crime enthusiasts, I present to you Poison Euthanasia, a fast, clean, and efficient euthanasia method using lethal poison injection. This mod adds the surgery option to immediately execute upon via chem fuel injection directly into the heart. Instead of cutting the throat during a standard euthanasia procedure, your colonist can now administer a fast-acting chem fuel injection that induces a fatal toxic shutdown." And I was like, yep, that's up there. I was like, that is in fact up there. That's a pretty good one. This one was also pretty good. That was, is there a mod to automate the leg treatment for prisoners? For each prisoner I get, I always assign the traditional operation peg leg in, peg leg out, remove lung, remove kidney. I have to click my mouse many times, and I want a way to simplify the process. These are the kind of things I'm looking for, where I read them and you have to stop for a second, and you think to yourself, what the fuck is going on? What? You stare at it and you're just like, ooh, I found those images, actually. Speaking of AI being the death of everything, this cracked me up. This was a story told in 3 simple images, and I'm gonna show them all to you. So this was an ad for a game I saw. What if Cleopatra fought Sun Tzu in a card game? First off, both of those people were probably not white as fuck. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Just gonna pitch that. Just gonna throw out that Sun Tzu and Cleopatra were more than likely not white as fuck. Okay, so we're just gonna pitch that first. So we're already behind the 8 ball on this one. We're already fucking up pretty bad. So this is a new free to stop me if you've heard this one before. A new free to play PvP deck building card game. Okay, we've seen those. This one got me because it's like stunning visuals. Each champion and card in Anachron features original artwork designed by carefully selected artists from around the world. No 2 decks will feel visually alike. Okay. But what's that I spy? The developers describe this game uses AI-generated content. AI is currently used to illustrate part of the action cards due to budget limitations. Awaiting the end of the related Kickstarter campaign. Should the campaign ends positively, AI illustrations will be removed before launch of the final product. Don't ever believe that. If you ever see that shit, don't believe that for a fucking second. That is like the ultimate placation. Like, don't even fucking believe it. Never. Because they're probably gonna be like, well, we could get away with just, But I just love stunning visuals. Each champion and card in Anachron features original artwork. I'm like, yeah, does it? Maybe what they mean by featured by artists from around the world is that it was built via harvesting as much as they possibly can from artists that exist elsewhere. So like technically it's not a lie, you know, if it's like, you know, harvesting from artists everywhere. So like it kind of is built from artists around the world. So I guess there's no direct lie there. This chat has been generated with AI? That'd be pretty good. Yeah, I like that. I love AI garbage. Love it. Oh. Put the peg leg in, you put the peg leg out, you put the peg leg in, and you shake it all about. Removing all the kidneys and you put them in the bed. That's how you blood bag. Oh. Oh. All right. Oh. I love when I could show a speed paint I did and be like, AI could fucking never. Yeah, I'm sure there'll fucking be a point where that garbage will be like, oh look, I can show you the painting process that doesn't even exist. I'm like, oh great, awesome, my favorite. Wonderful. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna do some ornaments. So I'm gonna pull out a few, and we get to play the game of trying to figure out where the hell they came from, because some of these I love to just be like, I don't even know where the fuck this came from. Which is reasonable, because some of them are, you know, I just don't know. We're gonna get out like, there's John Cena. I don't remember who actually sent John Cena. Now this is John Cena, this is pre, oh no, I think John Cena came from, I remember where he came from though. He was actually not sent. So, talk me out of paying $40 for Diablo 4 Paladin. Get it if you want to play it, but why would I talk you out of it? Why would I talk you out of something that you have interest in doing? Dude, the world fucking sucks in like so many ways. If you can go and play a little video game to forget about it for a minute, like just go get it. Like, I mean, unless you're dumping like thousands of dollars into something that's like never gonna, just fucking go buy the game. Who gives a shit? So the first one is this Game On ornament, which I believe this was Kia, if I remember correctly. I believe this was Kia. This one always still impresses me because of the little soda and the chips in there, which I always think is really cool. But I do think this was Kia, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong on that one, but I'm pretty positive that was her. Talk me out of this. Friends actively encouraging bad decisions. It's not a bad decision if it's like, go get your expansion and like enjoy it. And like, if that's what you want to do it. Don't wait. The next up, we got Bob Ross, the man, the myth, the legend himself. It's a very high quality Bob Ross. Look at that. Look at that, his happy little hair over there. I don't remember exactly who Bob Ross was, or who sent Bob Ross rather. I don't remember that. So if somebody remembers that one. Here is the horse that the Hunts that unfortunately lost a leg. The leg is in there, but I have to replace it. I can't remember if this is the one that was painted specifically to look like Indivisible. Oh, Iwake was the Bob Ross. Who remembers? Because his ass is missing a leg. It's in there. I gotta glue it back on. He'll be fine. But I think this one was like a custom painted like thing to be similar to Dead Horse. I will 100%. So whoever that was, love this one. Yeah, at least I'm pretty sure he was supposed to be like Dead Haunts. I could be wrong though, but I'm pretty positive he was. Here's a fucking pickle, but it's not one of the yodeling ones. I believe this was Pickle Cage. Yes, this was Pickle Cage. So he looks a lot like he's got the effigy of Nicolas Cage there, except he's a pickle. Now he can go pretty low on the tree here. Like there's not a lot of danger. Not a lot of danger for him. He's pretty low weight. There's also this dinosaur. I don't remember who sent this either, but it's just a little dino. I like him a lot. Who was this? I don't remember. Some of these I'm definitely gonna have to put like tags on for who they were. Or it's more fun to be like, who the hell was this? Personally, I actually think that I think it's pretty fun to ask who the hell was this. Let's grab that here in a sec. Since that fell down. There was also this one, which I think this was pretty cool. Yes, a Pentelanus went up. Which was this is one of my favorites, I think, too. This is a really good one. This is the Perler Bead Mega Man with the Christmas present. Now, there are concerns, and I bring this up every time I show this ornament. The fear with this one is that if Mega Man is shooting a present and has the power of Santa Claus, that means he killed Santa Claus for this, which is a little scary. I gotta get better jokes because like y'all beat me to it half the time nowadays. So I gotta do better. He was supposed to come here for haha. Y'all are funnier than me. What's the point? It's okay. It's always been like that. I think chat's always been funny. There's another one in here. Ah yes. Because this one was also a Perler Bead. This was Square Duck, which I have some ideas for. I have some ideas for what to do with the ducks, because like we did the duck shot thing for a little bit, which I thought was a little too disruptive. And we did like the duck pulls, which those were less disruptive, but not very interesting. So I've got a couple ideas of something I could do with the ducks, because I don't like just having the bucket of ducks sitting over there for no reason. But this was a Square Duck, which I'm forgetting who made this one. I would assume if Perler Bead Mega Man was made, he might be the same person. That's a strong square. So is the present stuck in the arm cannon, or is he shooting said gift? I'm not really sure, actually. I feel like I don't know. It's a good question. Figure out what to do. Now Zelda also has several in here that are all very sweet. They are the Bitsmas ornaments. What I decided to do with those, since we have one for like every year, is we're gonna put those up a little bit closer to Crimbus, because they're gonna go like I've got like 5 of them to put around the tree. I've got those sitting, so those are gonna kind of be together. We'll see how that whole thing goes. We might do a couple more ornaments tonight, just because we do have a little bit more than I thought, but not as many as you'd think. So we got ornamenties to do, and I appreciate everybody for sending those. Thank you for always sending ornaments and stuff. Still mad that you left chat off this year's. I think it's because you had this specific note that was very kind about Bella on there, which was very sweet. And I think that that's the most important thing. That was so kind that you remembered to do that. So kind. If that Tim Allen movie is Santa Claus canon, then anyone who kills Santa claims his power, not just Mega Man. Yeah, I guess so. Here's the thing, though. I don't think I've ever actually seen that film before. I don't think I've ever seen the one with Arnold Schwartz, and I don't think I've seen any of those. I tend to avoid a lot of Christmas movies because they tend to be terrible. I think Home Alone's like fine. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation's like okay still. Actually, it's aged poorly in some ways and kind of like shockingly aged okay in others that are surprising. I'm trying to think of like other Christmas movies. The Muppet Christmas Carol is really cute still. I don't really know like other like Christmas movies that I'm like I gotta like see those. And not like, you know, we're not talking about like the Die Hard's a Christmas movie type situation. I'm talking about like obviously like movies that are supposed to be like Christmas films and marketed as such. Because there's plenty that take place during Christmas. We could do the whole like it's a Christmas movie thing, but things that are like specifically targeted at actually being a Christmas movie. I think the craziest thing I saw recently was advertisements that were mimicking the advertisements for like those awful Hallmark Christmas movies, but they weren't for Hallmark Christmas movies. They were for fake movies that mimicked Hallmark Christmas movies that were like mocking those. And I was like, boy, we are like 5 layers deep on these types of ads now. I was like, that's pretty impressive actually. I must transfer to bed with pajamas. Enjoy. Also, Blindside with the 100 months. Oh man, that's a long time. That's also a VIP if you're still here. Hopefully you are. Congratulations, Blindside. Excited to have been here for 100 months of good people, good streams, and good laughs. Thank you, Blindside, for 100 months. That is a long time. We had a couple 100-month people this month who were VIP'd up. I think the only person that was a non-100-month VIP this month was T-Quick, because they were the ex-employee of the month, which is its own entire thought train. There was also Sparrow with the 102 months, which I believe I thanked earlier, and then Jigakuro with a link, as you can imagine. If I swear to God, if somebody took like an AI thing and they just let it like train off of all of the words I say in VODs, it would probably think that I have some kind of like nervous tick where I just randomly will say Jigakuro with $2 and a link. I think that they would probably, I think they would probably think that that was like something that I unfortunately I just had to say. Like it was just something that I just would just spit out randomly. I would imagine at this point. So this says, imagine you're Cinderella and you run away from the ball and you're... Imagine you are Cinderella and you are running away from the ball and you're... Actually, I can't tell which shoe would be funnier to lose. That sentence hurt, but I understand what they're getting at. I don't know which one I would say. You could assume that like if they saw the racism one, they'd be like, oh, they're like stepping on racism. I love doing this to you guys links and stuff because y'all do this to my points, like the one about Cleopatra and like being white as fuck in that image with Sun Tzu, because it's like y'all were like actually. So I like to sandbag the shit out of these a little bit just to give y'all a little bit of a taste of your own medicine. Just to I like to hang a little sandbag on there. Just a quick one. just a quick one. Just a delight. Just to clap back a little bit. This music while trying to comprehend this is good. That is true. Kimchi, we got your I know for a fact we got your Pentelanus up there. He's up. We have your other one in here too. We haven't gotten to it yet though, but we've been slowly hanging up stuff. Jokes on you to are into that? Good, because I do it a lot. I'm actually pretty good at sandbagging. That's probably one of the better things I'm good at. I will be quoted for anything weird or sus, as we all are, really. Except for, like, I think there's probably been a lot of, like, Kenshi quotes and RimWorld quotes that have fallen under the radar. That'd be really cool if like Twitch had more interactive systems where like that'd be super fun if like somebody could submit a quote and then people could vote on like putting it in. That'd be really funny. Like somebody's just like, we should quote this, and they'd be like, oh yeah, let's just do some quick votes on it. And like, yeah, get in there. But like all of it be like automated. That way it's not like at the burden of anybody else. Once I came back from work and lay down because I was exhausted, and my mom had an AI Jesus stream up and running, and you would not believe how many prompts there were about the kingdom of God being shoved tenderly into the ass of the faithful, and it got easier for the poor to pass through Jesus' ass than it is for the wealthy, for their greed has calcified them or some shit. That had me shook as fuck. Yeah, dude. Every word you just said killed me in every way. That's okay, like, right, AI is gonna save us from everything. Also, Zelda, that bumper sticker that's a pretty crazy one. Oh, speaking of which, even though we don't spend the majority of our time on Steam, I did think that let's take a look at our Steam replay. I thought this was pretty fun. So this is probably a little bit lower than some folks because there are people out there who will put mine to shame even if they don't play the video game for a living. So. No, it wasn't a jump scare. I figured that was in relation to the hog. So we had 118 games played. Not super accurate because we play a lot through Spooky Month that go through like Itch and stuff like that. So naturally, that's not the most accurate. And also, we do console games and other things like that. So not dead on for how many games we would stream across the board. Much like the Twitch thing. Apparently, we played most games with keyboard and mouse at 68%, really close to 69. We had 610 achievements unlocked with between 6-7 games. Hot damn. RimWorld was 41% of the playtime with 165 sessions. This is crazy to me that Silksong existed for 1 month playtime wise, and it was 9% of that with 37 play sessions. Kenshi was 8% of that with 57. Apparently we had 610 achievements and Steam median's 11. We played 118 games and Steam median is 4. The longest streak was 39 days, Steam median 6. And again, remember, like, we don't, like, not all of our games come from Steam and stuff, so that's pretty crazy that that's as much as it is in the first place. That's kind of funny. Here's the breakdown of the genres. Apparently, we play Metroidvania, Souls-like, and Colony Sims the most, which is actually pretty correct. We had a breakdown of RimWorld over here, which 51% of the playtime was August. So July, August, September, a little bit, none in October, basically, and then a little bit more in November before we started doing Kenshi and stuff again. Silksong, of course, dominated all of September, like the entire month, which is kind of insane to even think about how much time that game took. But, there was several reasons for that, so our playtime was definitely a little bit longer than most folks. Kenshi has been pretty impressive for it being November and December. Seeing this one was surprising. I guess we did do a good bit of Monster Hunter Wilds in March, which that's like a blink. I don't even remember that really. All I remember was the game running like pretty poorly, and it was like the story was okay. Like otherwise, it was fine. See, I would put Liza P way above Monster Hunter in terms of whatever, but Liza P was also. There was only so much we could really do of that, which is unfortunate, because Liza P is amazing. So, absolutely fantastic. Looks like we did the bulk of our... So, the reason that this is a little bit higher here, I think, is because, like, I did, like, RimWorld, and I did, like, a little bit of, like, a decent chunk of RimWorld, like, off-stream, so August was definitely a higher pop than, like, September. Which is interesting. 32% of your playtime is with the controller, which Silksong dominated pretty much all of that. And then, of course, Like a Dragon, Liza P, Monster Hunter Wilds, and the Silent Hill 2 remake. Crazy to see this, too, just because, like, of how fast we got through Silent Hill 2, the original, like, when you're just kind of blasting it. And you still feel like you get a good feel to it. Here's demos. We had Ethermancer, Umagari, Goodlands, which I remember that. Labyrinth of the Demon King was pretty good. Oh, dude, Harmageddon? I remember that one. That was the one with, like, Jesus or some shit. There was that gross-ass pizza shop simulator game that was disgusting. Explore the games you've played this year. So this is interesting. This is like a timeline type deal. So, God, I love, like, the shitty... I love, like, the shitty fucking Wednesday games you got in there. I forgot we did Dank Sales. Oh, because that was for our front page stream. I remember that. And you had Oblivion, because this was This was the whole, like, Billiam arc. Schedule 1 was in there, Half-Life 2. I forgot about trying out Half-Life 2 RTX, even though I don't think we did that on stream. That was not worth it. Promise Mascot, which was fantastic. I just didn't feel like finishing it, but it was a great little game. Shout out to Wizard Quest and then Wizard Quest 2 for being shittier. Going back to Candice to Bebe because of the remaster. Lunacid Tears of the Moon, which was really good. Going back to the long drive there for a little bit. Skin Deep, which unfortunately was a bit of a letdown. I liked it, but just didn't really do it for me. Silent Hill 2. The remake up there. Liza P. I remember playing I played through Desktop Survivors. That was cute. We had Peak in there. There was Vivat Slovakia, which was hilarious. But the demo for Tormented Souls, I remember that. AI Limit, and then AI Limit, and then immediately switching into Liza P and being like, oh, here's like a mediocre Souls-like, and here's one that's absolutely incredible and stands right there with dank sales. Then we got, I remember Tall Trails. That was really cute. Heartworm, that shitty Unholy Priest game. Rim Job. Last Hamashan. Oh my god, I hope they're doing good. September was, of course, a teeny tiny bit of the Master Chief Collection, because remember I fired that up. I tried out the Alabaster Dawn demo. It was whatever. We had the old Rim, Silk, Ludo. So this has some of the games that actually ended up on the Hall of Fame up here, because you got Ludo and then of course Dead Letter Department. Then, of course, November and December so far, as far as Steam goes, have been No, I'm Not Human, RimWorld, Kenshi, and then December has literally just been Kenshi because we have been doing Prime and some other stuff. So, pretty crazy. This is cool though. I like this. I think that's fun. This is one of those like weird things. Oh, it puts you in, yeah, because there's like a lot of those like co-op horror games. That makes sense. What's up, Soki? I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing good. Oh, I'm sure the game director for Liza P or whatever got, yeah, I would hope so. Liza P slaps. Fucking amazing. The game's great. How you look up your Steam End of the Year thing? You just open it. It's just like right there. Yeah, I would have guessed that like immediately, Sass, that yours was horror because of things like repo and stuff like that. Yeah, it was on the like the first page when you open up Steam. Should be right there. I guess you'd have to go to like the store page or whatever. So tonight, what we're gonna do, again, much to probably a few people's dismay, we're gonna do the finale for Metroid Prime 4, which I have a lot of words about. I said a decent amount of words about this last night, but depending on kind of how this ends, I think is going to be like interesting, because this game has been so weird so far in the fact that like parts of it are really, really, really good, and I think deliver on whatever that expectation of like Prime 4 was supposed to be. And then parts of it feel like really, really terrible and like shockingly, I wouldn't even call them half-baked. I would call them like raw. I don't think they ever even made it to the oven. There is definitely some weird shit in this, for sure. But I think we got a few things left to do. We're currently assembling a mech, which the game had one of the most grating moments of, hey, here's a teleporter. And I'm like, oh, cool. And it specifically is like, no, you can only teleport the robot parts. And I'm like, okay, kill me. Don't hate, I gotta bounce because I'm currently playing and don't want spoilers. Good luck and have fun with your priming. We will be spoiling people on the glorious overworld of Desert. This is definitely one of those games that I'm like, I don't even know. I'm trying to think of like what I could even spoil for you. I'm thinking about it and I'm like, I don't even know what I would spoil for you in this case. So last night we did, I guess, what was probably one of the last normal dungongs, which was fine. And then we started the arduous task of collecting green crystal, which has just been so delightful. And the game was kind enough because it gives you a thing at every upgrade here. At 25%, they give you a beam upgrade, which is nice. At 50%, they give you an increased speed on your core mechanic shot, which is kind of stupid and doesn't really... kind of is just the way I feel like that probably should have worked in the first place. And then at 75%, they give you a way to track down green crystals, which I do not understand in the slightest. I would much have preferred that to be at like 25% or something like that to maybe keep it in players' minds, because the more I think about it, if this green crystal situation is the way it is, if someone doesn't really pay attention to it, or they don't put it like an emphasis on it, and you need to collect 100% of these, God fucking help you. You're going to be doing this for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, probably collecting a bunch of shit. So, it's weird. Like, there's some weird stuff in here, and part of me feels like the weird things are like things that were probably handed down from Nintendo that's like they need to do these new things that need to happen, or this is what the kids are into these days type situation where it's just really strange. Like, really strange. Like, baffling. That I just do not understand. So, I do like that those are skippable. I feel like that's probably just doesn't need to exist in the first place. But we're going to go back out in the desert now, because now we have the green crystal radar, which I guess is cool, because we're almost done with that at least. So thankfully, we have kind of collected a decent amount of these as we've just played. So we're not going to be one of those people, I guess, that get stuck in the weird kind of like, oh shit, you... So I'm seeing how the radar works over there, and it appears to be just glowy green blobs. So that's nice. I wonder if there's any way to like discern if there's any way to like discern which ones are like big ones and little ones. Because the little ones don't seem to give you very much, but the big chunky ones definitely do. But yeah, that's not the most helpful thing in the world. But the good thing is there are still green crystals that are out here to get. So if we were like really running low, that'd be one thing. But yeah, this has been a very like unique experience, that's for sure. And some of it's just like downright confusing, because you're just kind of lost at like why certain things are the way they are or whatever. But maybe not lost. Lost is probably the wrong word, because like you can kind of see how they got to X, Y, or Z, but doesn't really make it any better in some cases. But so we're just looking for chunky green crystals, which, like I said, thank God we had a decent amount of these, because that would have really sucked if we didn't have those, because then we'd be, I guess, forced to just do this. Still not positive on why I think the radar feels like it could have just been there in the first place, but you know, I don't know. Or maybe like really early, like maybe you get like the beam upgrades, and they also give you like the, oh, by the way, congratulations on getting your first upgrade for the green crystals. Now you can get more of them by following this radar. Something like that. I don't know. And then there's like the boost upgrade things, which I just look at and I'm kind of just like, sure. I'm like, that's great. Cool. You know, but we'll get the hopefully there's still a couple big lumpy boys out here, because I would like to get those done. And I think the only place we haven't checked as far as like anything else goes, as far as like the mech parts, because I think we're just missing like the cannon thing at this point. The only area that I don't think we've double checked recently, I know we went back to Frozone Land. I think we need to go to Hot Land again, and I think Hot Land might have the thing we're looking for, because there was that gigantic boulder thing that was like blocking at the bottom of like the lava or whatever. So we should be able to break that with super missiles, I think. So that should be good at least. Now, you may notice there's no music here. That's by design. I guess they decided that music was not something that they wanted in the overworld where you're riding around doing mostly nothing. So they decided, I guess, at some point that was just going to be a non-music situation. So that's pretty cool. And you can get music here, but it's through like kind of a bootleg way. You have to get the amiibo, and once you get the amiibo, you can scan it in, and then you can do that if you want to listen to music. Now that'll just be music from the rest of the game. That won't be a specific theme for the desert, but you know, hey, you could get music that way, I guess, if you really, really needed it. Or if you thought that maybe this game needed music in that part, which, you know, it does. It's like, for God's sake, the rest of the game got music everywhere that's really good, as a matter of fact, and yet here we are, for some strange reason, musicless. We have to, like, ramp. Oh, I remember this. We saw this earlier, and I couldn't power bomb this before, so. No. Was there just, there was a way to just, like, get up over here, right? I think I could probably just jump this. Nice. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Little, oh, dude, a double? Oh, what a brilliant day it is. That might be enough for us, as a matter of fact. Yeah, this could be infuriating if you hadn't been doing these throughout most of the game. That firmly, completely, and totally sucked. Because that means your dumbass is gonna have to come out here and go ride around forever and just go grab green crystals, which, like, that fucking blows. Like, that is so terrible. I was wondering if I lost the Switch. Thank goodness you have it. Do you need to, like, play Fortnite or something? Because, like, we could just, just blast some beach disco. Just a little. I normally have a dedicated console for, like, you know, but since Switch 2 just, wow, that really did not give us much at all. Wow, I thought that the big ones had more than that. Jeez. We don't have two of them because there hasn't really been enough to. Yeah. Oh, you don't think the menu one updates? Oh, yeah, that would make sense, yeah. Because it'll tell you when you need to go deposit, I guess, once you're at, like, a threshold or something. Well, maybe not, because it did update for us, I think, last night. Or something. Well, there's the answer to our question. I was going to go to Flare Pool anyway, but the game has already dragged my wiener over there. Anyway. Okay, well, all right, cool. Cool deal, cool deal. Never mind. There will be no guesswork. We now know the answer to the question. Whoa, that's that triple? Oh my God, I feel blessed on this day. Hashtag blessed. How in the world did the power bomb not hit that one? That's weird. So much good. Dude, when I was a kid, I loved rock candy. That was like one of my favorites. Dude, you suck so bad and no one loved you. There you go. The animation of when things get like fizzled by fire or like the electric attacks is really good. Yeah, this is terrible. Like this is one of those things that is just like absolutely shockingly bad. Like it's insanity. Like, so thankfully we're done after getting the 3 big chunkies. So it does update without having to go back. So I guess before I go and get the last mech part or whatever, which apparently is in Flare Pool, because holy shit, dude, oh my God. Again, thank God that thank God I didn't thank God I didn't do like, I'm glad I was getting these throughout the game, like that, just straight up. Like, I'm so glad that like I just poked around and wasted time getting these and yapping, because if I hadn't, we would be doing this for like a couple hours, I think. So we're gonna go ride all the way back to Fury Green now, which is yet another problem that this game has, which is the desert is completely worthless. I mean, it does not. To me, it doesn't have feelings of emptiness or loneliness. It just feels pointless. Like there is no like we're all alone out here creepiness, like Criteria kind of feel to it. There is no like Talon overworld, like kind of hopeful but empty whatever. There's just not. I don't know. It's like really, really strange. Like it's just a very, very strange area in general. And I know we talked about it a bunch already, but like part of me feels like either the desert was justification for the bike, or the bike was justification for the desert. But kind of in the vein of what we were talking about last night specifically, I do wonder, so if this game did have a better travel system without like shooting yourself in a cannon between areas of these extremely long like tram rides to everywhere, because the way it works right now is like right here, so we completed an objective, and the game is like come back to Fury Green, which is effectively what the real hub is technically, even though they kind of want the desert to be like the hub sort of. So they're like, okay, come back to Fury Green. So we go back to Fury Green, which involves riding all the way over here. And then we get back here, so we got to go through a couple loading areas. And even though you can skip a couple of the loading parts, well, not the loading parts, but 2 of the cutscenes related to the loading, you have to go back here, then you got to go turn in whatever it is you're turning in, and then you'll get your next objective and go back, which feels really bad in some cases where they've built it kind of like a traditional Metroid game where you'll go into an area and maybe you'll get stuck and be like, oh, maybe you should go try another place to get, you know, the thing that you need to progress, which is totally fine. As far as like Metroid formula goes, that's not a big deal. But the way they've done it here, it feels extra horrible because you have to drive across this. Let's say you go to like the Flare Pool area, which is in the southeast corner of the map. You get all the way down there, and then it's like, okay, well, shoot, we can't do X, Y, or Z. So it's like, oh, we should check another place. You go check another place, and it's like, oh, cool, I got a new beam. Well, instead of just getting that beam and going back to Flare Pool, then you have gone to Flare Pool, then you go to another area, you get the beam that you need to progress in Flare Pool, and then, but instead of just giving you the beam by getting the beam, you have to take the chip back to, you guessed it, Fury Green. And then that's like so much travel for one upgrade. Whereas like in a traditional Metroid game, like something like a Super Metroid or a Fusion or whatever, you would get the item where it is. So like in most cases, that's how it's going to work. And even in Fusion, that's a little weird sometimes. But like for the most part, that's what happens is you'll do all this whatever. The NPCs are like not whatever. I think that they're fine. Like they're not. They're a little exhausting, but they're not the end of the world. They're okay, whatever. They do kind of kill the vibe of like we're out here alone type situation because you got friends that you're out here with. So like that doesn't really, I don't know. It doesn't really feel like it's doing whatever, which might be worse. That it feels pretty much nothing rather than like infuriating or whatever. So, it's just this game is very strange. It's like super weird. Like, you know, whether there was like a hub with some, you know, faster like travel options or, you know, whatever. But then, like I said before, if you cut out the desert and then you cut out the weird travel time in between places, I mean, this game would probably be like 7 hours long. Like it would be insanely short. And I don't mean like speeding through it. I mean like just pure content wise, because I'm thinking you would do, so it would be Fury Green. So it'd be the intro, Fury Green, then you would go to Volt Forge, and then you go to, what is it? Flare Pool, I think. And then you find out that you can't progress in Flare Pool, so then you have to go to Iceville, I believe. And then I think you get the, like, hot gun or some shit. Something there. Whatever the hell it is when you ping-pong between these areas. And then there's different, like... What, is this a new suit? Wait, this is where you get a new suit? What? Why didn't we get a different, like, suit color or something when we got the IC upgrade? I mean, I guess it turned us, like, sort of purple. It looks neat. Legacy suit's a power suit designed by the Lemoran that can be generate a protective barrier to activate. Switch to the Psychic Visor. Generate a barrier. Consumes missile ammo. Barrier's power and duration are limited. Its energy will deplete. Okay, so it's a shield that you can basically... You cook if you are doing whatever. So that's neat. I don't really know if we'll use that a ton, but... Okay, well, that's our... What the hell's that got to do with... Okay. Alright. Neat. Is there dialogue after we do the hundo crystals?
We need Betsy up and running if we're gonna break the...
Nope, we're still fucking talking about Betsy while this butt plug floats around in front of my face. Okay, so now that we've got this this suit, that's cool. Looks neat. We're still missing the turbocharged ice shot, which I'm assuming is out there in the desert. I just haven't seen it somehow, which is kind of weird. We're all done with Morph Ball, we're all done with the Viola thing, and we're all done with all of the Samus stuff. So we're pretty much done. We just need to get that last mech part, which apparently, my guess was correct. It is in Flare Pool. The game outright told us before we even had a chance to get out there, so... But I suppose we may as well get the ice shot thing before we do whatever, because it's probably out there somewhere in a blank space that I haven't seen yet, so... Yeah, this game has been very, very weird. And I think if I fired up, like, Prime 1 Remaster, like, right after this, I really do think that the... I think that would be one of those instances, like, if we saw it, like, right after this, like, if we started it right now, like, as soon as we finish this, that you would probably see a lot more of maybe what I'm talking about, a little bit more, like, evidently, like, if you just see kind of, like, how Prime 1 is laid out, and then see, like, this... And there's... Prime 1 has, like, plenty of backtracking, which is fine, because that's Metroid. And I think if anybody bitches about backtracking, it's like, okay, dude, that's, like, part of the... That's, like, part of the... That's the game. That's, like, bitching about progression items in, like, a Metroidvania or a Zelda game or something like that. Like, it's just part of the game. Like, you know, that's just as weird as, like, bitching about, like, a... You know, shooting in a first-person shooter in general. Like, it's straight... Now... But I understand the frustrations with backtracking in the sense of, like, nonsensical backtracking, where it's like you're doing this, like, weird crawl, like, all the way through whatever, you don't really make a lot of progress, and the game kind of, like, hauls your ass all the way back to another area, and just not a lot happened in between. Most of the fun of backtracking, which it can be, is, like, that feeling of... Oh, it changes the bike, too, that's cute. The feeling of, like, hitting a brick wall in an area that you've been, like, poking around in, and you're like, oh, shoot. And then you find the thing, and you're like, oh, cool, man, now I can go try this here. And it's, like, kind of the... You know, it doesn't work all the time, but for the most part, it has a nice feeling of, like, oh, neat, I wonder what I can do with this. And, there actually hadn't been a lot of that in this, either, where it's, like, that moment of, like, I wonder if I can do whatever. And I think one of the most interesting things is... I talked about the spider ball last night, and I think that, like, the spider ball should have shown up way earlier. And the main reason I say that is because, like, I think that some of the most fun little puzzles and stuff that they've done, and movement, has been with the psychic spider ball thing. I think that, like, especially in tandem with, like, the grappling hook, I think that, like, you have these moments where, like, with the little tether thing where you can, like, hook into a node and, like, fling yourself up and then hit a spider ball track and then kind of go around, and then you, like, use the boost ball to, like, push yourself off onto another track, and you have to grab it, and, you know, all that stuff. I think that's really cool. Like, that's a really, really fun puzzle type. Like, really, it is. They're very fun, and it sucks because I feel like that shows up, like, so late that they don't even really get to... They don't really get to do much with it. So, you know, they don't get to really utilize that very much at all, which is kind of sad. So, which is a bummer. The shrine you're missing is far southeast. Oh, for the final, like, ice upgrade thing? Maybe. I would assume it'd be, like, in one of these squares that we just haven't visited yet, because there are 3 beams. Each has 2 upgrades. So that's 6 of them. We found 5. We've done all 5 of these, which means it's either in that square, somewhere here, or somewhere there. Or it could be here, too, because there's an opening right there as well. So we'll check. Because we have to go over to Flare Pool anyway, so we're going to go down this way. It's bad every time I see on the bike, I just think, prime to hell. Prime to hell. But don't they... Do you think Seamus has, like, a brother somewhere that dies unceremoniously and then they go off on, like, a killing spree or something? Probably, right? Probably. But all of this being said, like, all the yapping that I've been doing about it, like, I do want it to be really, really clear that, like, I think that there are really, really good parts of this game, and when this game is just being Metroid Prime, I think it's great. I think it does a wonderful job with it. I think the game feels really good to play. There's a little bit of control frustration, I think, in some parts, but those have been really rare. The only time I really saw that happen was, like, the Griever, Omega Griever fight or whatever it was. That was just weird. Oh, here it is. That was just, like, weird, like, targeting stuff, I think, you know? Hey, maybe this puzzle will be more than walk in and shoot a thing twice and be done. But the Omega Griever fight thing was really cool, but, you know, there was some weird control stuff there where, like, it, like, refused to, like, target its chest. It would, like, target its, like, I don't know, like, face, and that was really weird. But all, like, the little psychic stuff, like, everything feels good to do. And it's neat. Oh, hey, green crystals. I guess I could just ignore those now. What do we have going on here? We got some water. What do we just like freeze these? Yes. That's good. I'm assuming we just have to pump all the water into the main one here, because, like, we'll freeze these, because that would put everything onto that, I'm guessing. Because that'll, if it redirects all of it, it should push it all down. Cool. Cool, Rooney. I'm breather. Wow, that really is it. So this is another, like, weird thing. I love the idea of this. I think that the idea of having the shot upgrades out in the desert to have something to fill this area is cool. Every single one of these, except for the spider ball one, has been the most nothing. Like, people fussed about Breath of the Wild shrines. Holy shit. Like, these have literally nothing going on in 5 out of 6 of them. Like, 5 of these puzzles have been no shit, like, walk in, do nothing, and get the thing. One of them, the one with the spider ball one, was really cool, because you get to, like, kind of, like, you can trace it from, like, where the origin is, you find, like, where did you make the jump. That one's fine, and it takes, like, a couple minutes, I think, to look at and be like, oh, okay, neat, you know, whatever. And I'm not Puzzle Man. I am not Mr. like Giga Brain Turbo Solve. So, like, if I'm getting through it in, like, 2 seconds, I'm not saying I'm stupid. I'm not doing that whole thing. I'm not self-deprecating on this. I'm just saying, like, I'm not the Mr. Giga Puzzle Solver, like, this is my favorite aspect of game type situation. Like, I'm not. So if I'm walking in there and doing it in, like, a minute, that's probably not good. It's probably not good. And so, like, it's not that the fact that those are easy. It more speaks to the fact that, like, why are they... Because, again, if people fussed about Breath of the Wild shrines, like, holy shit, these are absolutely nothing. I mean, like, at least those had, like, maybe some fun physics elements sometimes. Some were downright tricky if you just weren't paying a bunch of attention or whatever. Like, it's really strange. And, you know, there's like the little Federation, like, outpost things, and those end up being relevant because of the, you know, the mech parts. But other than that, those aren't really super relevant either, and they kind of feel like they're just there. Like, it does really feel like those upgrades and stuff, like, they all really are there for simply just to exist. Like, then they're there just to, like, fill that space, because otherwise that space is just dead empty. So, which I can't blame them. I mean, like, that's and that's why it does feel like the parts of it are just like, oh yeah, y'all need to put this in here because this is, like, a requirement for, you know, for being a Switch 2 game, or, you know, whatever Nintendo deems that they need to do. You know, so, and I'm not interested in getting, like, 100% in this. I don't know if it comes with an extra ending or anything like that. I doubt it, but you know, so I'm not worried about getting, like, every single. Can I get out of this, please? I figured that would come back, but damn. Oh, we might... Oh, I think we already got this. I think this was like a missile thing or something like that. And I don't remember if we scanned the boy here that shows, like, all the extra shit that we're missing, but that's fine. I actually think those guys are really good. I think stuff like that for people who are big, like, 100% hunters and stuff like that. I think that those are... I think those should be just in every game. In every game, after a certain point, there should be, like, a little NPC that you can, like, interact with that will, like, guide you to where the final things are that you need to get if you're trying to, you know, up that 100%. Even if it comes at the cost of, like, oh, we beat the game and now this save file, you can, like, meet up with these little dudes that'll show you everything. Like, that I think that's fine. I think anytime you can keep the player away from using, like, a guide or something like that, anytime you can keep the player from having to interact with something externally, and you can, like, do it in the game, especially if you can have some finesse with it, I think that should be done. I think that's, like, generally the better way to go about it. Like, if you can keep the player in the game and figure out a way to have, like, not like a little, like, kind of cheaty system that, like, you know, says, oh yeah, here you go, you can do, like, whatever. I mean, that's better than somebody cracking open a guide and having to, like, split their attention on that. Okay. I'm assuming I'm assuming we can freeze that because that does not appear to be stopping, much like the other ones are. So I guess we'll be freezy popping that one. But yeah, I think any chance you could, and that's like, you know, that's like a case by case basis too. Like, but I really do think that having like a way to eventually track, like if your game is a game, if your game at any point shows what your completion percentage is, and that's something that you're willing to put in there because it's obviously something that like maybe you think people would be interested in or whatever, then I think that it's kind of like on you as the developer to say, okay, well, if we're gonna mark this as like a thing that has a completion percentage on it, then, you know, we need to find a way to allow people to access like how much they have left in game and like what they can do to get it and unlock stuff or whatever. Because I just feel like if you're gonna bring attention to it, now if you don't bring attention to it and there's no like specific metric for that, then I think that that's fine if you don't include something like that, because it's in your way kind of saying, don't worry about it. Like, you know, this isn't intended for you to get literally every single thing in the game. You know what I mean? So I think that that's fine. And even in this case, obviously, it's not intended for people to get. Nice. Do you remember when the Varia suit could like withstand like really hot temperatures and stuff? Do you remember when we would go into like literal lava with it? Apparently the Legacy just can't handle that. The Legacy. I guess I'm gonna go grab that like power bomb upgrade or whatever that is. Because I think like even like the fun, so I think there's like a couple aspects of fun when it comes to like completion stuff. I think for some people just seeing the 100%, you know, I think that works well for their brain and they like that. They like to just see that they got everything. And I think for some people, like, I think it can be fun to hunt down things. Now, I think in the case of something like a Breath of the Wild, where the Koroks are very clearly not intended to be something that you go get every single one. There's so many of them because they expect people to maybe get a couple hundred throughout a playthrough, and then that's like enough to get the upgrades where they need and stuff to finish the game. Naturally, people are going to go for it, but it's pretty clear that Koroks are not intended to be like something that they want you to get like every single one of them. Again, people will, but it's pretty obvious that they're not built that way. So, but like in that case, you know, if you've got like these, I think it's fun to track stuff down for people. So there's fun there. There's fun in seeing the number go up. There's fun in seeing the 100%. And then I think there's fun in seeing like, I think for some people it's fun to, how do I put this? I think for some people, once they've gone through the game and they've kind of done the core stuff and maybe they've gotten a decent chunk of side things, I think for some people it's fun to see the answer. You know what I mean? Like, you've gone through the game and you, like, I think for some people it's like, okay, yeah, I've done it. Now I want to see, like, because then you get that moment of like, oh, shoot, look at that. We totally missed that one because whatever. And it's kind of a fun moment to see, like, maybe what your friends got versus what you got. And, like, you know, I'm like, oh, shoot, I totally missed that. I walked right past that. And then some other person just got it immediately. And I think that that's fun, too, kind of like where you have those moments of, you know, like, oh, shoot, I didn't even notice this or whatever. And, you know, I think it's fun to see like the answer too, you know. I think that that's cool sometimes. So I'm really not opposed to the big ass open room, I'm gonna guess. There's something in here. Oh, there's the part, so I'm assuming something's gonna jump out and attack us. I missed a missile tank behind some fucking stairs. Which, I mean, like, that's kind of funny in its own way, too, right? Like, it's something that's, like, really obvious. And you're like, oh my god. You know what I mean? Like, you're just like, great. Behemoth, giant arthropod with 8 legs, 4 independent eyes, 3 mouths. The entire body is covered with a mineralized skin layer that neutralizes all firearms. Fun. Yeah, I see it does not, it does not care for my missiles. Oh boy. I guess a heat pushback. I guess we could just like shoot randomly. This is one of those I wonder if like, oh, we could try the charged ice beam on him. Since we just got that, that might do something. He doesn't seem like a proper boss because he's not doing like the. Okay, so ice does like a bunch of heat-seeking, or rather cold-seeking Wonder how the electric does. These are my favorite aspects of the game. I think that the beam things are like super fun. I think they're really cool. I guess the electric one seems like it was about to do something, but unfortunately when we took damage, it kind of just canceled it. Wow, is that it? Holy shit, what a joke. Damn, the shot stuff just ruins that guy. That poor dude. Yeah, just the shots are like insanely strong. Like those are crazy. So getting those feels like a worthy thing. Okay, that's the last mech part. That didn't take long. Thought maybe there'd be a little bit more to that than what we did. So oops. The funny thing about Prime 4 is it really has made me like want to go back and play like Prime Remaster, but I'm already doing enough channel death with this right now, so I was getting some curious on your thinks. Do you think something like Hallway Flashlight Returns should have had something like that for the Ducks after you already beat the game? Yeah, why not? Because like I think that's like it gives you a reason to go back through and do it, and you know that's like I said before. I think that like sometimes once you've gone through whatever, I think it's fun to I don't know. I think it's fun just to see the solution, you know, see where it was, because then you can have that moment of like, oh my god, I'm so dumb, I missed this, because whatever. Is this even? Can we open this? I'm assuming. I thought that this had something to do with it, but I guess that was just for that was just for the lava thing. So yeah, I guess we have to go back through the other little dudes. I didn't. Okay, that's cool. I thought maybe that would like open up or whatever. Grappling feels really good until it doesn't. Gotta ball out. Oh! Did it jump the other way? I don't know why I did that. It's the second time I've done that. The animations for grappling are really good. Yeah, I don't know. Like some of the missing out on some of that isolation and mystery when you are alone in this game is probably when it feels best. But I don't hate the NPCs. I think that they're like I think they're fine for the most part. Like they're a little annoying in some parts. I feel like they kind of just wrote them a little like weird. But then again, at the same time, I don't really know if I'd say they wrote them weird as much as like I mean, I don't really know how else I would write them. Maybe less Marvel-esque or something, but then again, like, I don't know. Lava do equal hot. Mm-hmm. Yep. Dude, well, I guess we can leave Hotland. There's no point in fighting that. We're done. I love the fact that these things are like popping up. They're like, yeah, we gonna get Shamus now. But like, well, I don't know. Oh, you know what Metroid is missing? A specific power-up that utilizes the microphone. Oh, so you just like scream fuck and it shoots a missile? That would do it for me, personally. Well, this seems like this is like a new area, isn't it? Oh, this was where... Oh, yeah, this is where we fought, whatchamacallit, I think, right? And then everything like collapsed or whatever. There might be a couple extra goodies in here. I do not care. Yeah, the sniper guy's all right. Miles is like okay, kind of. He's annoying, but he's like fine, I guess. This is the most underutilized thing in the game. Like, this is so fun to use, and sure, it's just Sonic Spinball track, whatever. I don't even care. Like, this is so fun as like a traversal thing, especially compared to like the weird just I don't know, I just feel like they just picked some of the dumbest forms of travel for us, and it's like they're so boring and so stupid. It's way better than the it's way better than using the stupid whatever. But with Metroid and with Zelda in general, like, unless I feel like I really need to get it, I tend to, like, not stress about getting, like, E-tanks and all that stuff. I like getting, like, missiles and stuff, depending on which one it is, because, like, sometimes those are super important, and sometimes they're not as important, depending on the game. But for right now, I guess I'll just say fuck it and leave, because I don't think there's anything, like, too interesting. Why am I on this fucking thing? It's speed limited. A $15 Kohl's drone. I like that. That's what I aspire to be every day, all day, is a $15 Kohl's drone. And like these transitional bits aren't quite as annoying. The cannon feels like extra stupid to me for some reason, because it just feels like it's, I don't know, at least like the bike, you're doing the bike thing and you're transitioning between the areas. The one that you just stand on a tram's pretty funny though, because it's like, all right, cool, here I am. At least the two bike ones, like they feel like they're kind of connected in a way, so that's cool, I guess. All right, so now the robot is assembled. We still have access to green crystals. We could go, like, hunt some E-tanks, I guess. But I don't know if I really care to do that, because I don't think we're gonna need them. I mean, we might. You never know. Maybe the things that are ahead of us are so difficult. Maybe we've got, like, a really long, like, mega dungeon coming up or something. That's gonna be, like, super difficult and crazy. I feel like a Ganon Tower situation happened. Or not. Or not. I have no clue. I don't know. I'm very curious to see how this ends, because this is one of those things where, like, I would say I'd be interested to see if they stick the landing, but I don't really know if... I don't even really know if that would be the best way to put it. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, if there were, like, more things to, like, do some sick jumps off of, yeah, that would be pretty cool. But again, I can't quite figure out. Still curious as to, like, which came first, the chicken or the bike. I guess. I know where base camp is. I am not hitting that button. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Not this time. I know where it is. Leave me alone. Just leave me be. I know where this shit is. Please leave me alone. I accidentally did it because I wanted to go check the other part of my... I wanted to go check this. I want to see the completed mech or whatever. Then I inadvertently opened the map anyway. God, that would be really, really funny if open map just stayed up all the way through the credits. Like, here you go. Open map. I'm like, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will say though, like, almost all of this has made me want to play I don't want to play Prime 1 again, but like I said, I've done enough of the stream death, I think, playing this. Sometimes that's what we do. Back in my day, the game didn't remind you of every button and you just pressed up until you killed God. Well, Prime 1 reminds you of where to go a lot. As a matter of fact, it's like, go here, and you're like, what the fuck's that mean? It's like, I don't know. We're just telling you where to go. We're telling you where to go. We don't know what the fuck that means. Like, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Which in a way kind of works, and I would say there's probably a couple parts of Prime that are a little confusing, but they're not terrible. I don't think there's many points in Prime where I'm like, I absolutely have no fucking idea where I'm going. But it does that, and it's pretty funny about it. But it is a little bit more, even though it points you in the direction, and I think they probably did that mostly because they were worried about it being being 3D Metroid. And Yeah, I wonder if that was like the reason that they did that. Just because they were like, all right, we're doing like 3D Metroid or some shit. And they're operating in like a 3D map and all this stuff, so maybe like some of the like urging in a certain direction was probably needed to some extent, just to make sure people didn't completely flub it up. Like it's kind of like a Navi situation where I feel like Navi exists mostly because they were probably terrified of people playing 3D game for the first time and being like, oh my god, how are we gonna handle this?
The mech. She is good to go.
Excellent work, Sam.
I love that part where he was like, I think Miles Man said he was gonna patch me up, and like he already had his arm back and everything. I was like, yeah, I'd say that he did.
Careful with that. Just say I had to get a little creative with those repairs. Yeah, I can only guarantee about 80% functionality.
Oh, just 80%. That's good, Gearhead.
We trust you.
Samus is like, I might.
Chrono Tower,
I could. You wouldn't be able to tell because I don't speak.
you ready?
That's true. Mario 64 really didn't have a helper. Order the troopers to move forward. Wow, that is the most like
Turning back if there's
Mass Effect I'm killing my party feel I think I've ever
time.
seen. There will be no turning back. Okay.
All right, listen up.
We're probably fine.
We got a lot of ground to cover, so check your gear. If it don't punch a hole in something, we don't got a use for it.
It's okay, it's a Nintendo game. They're not allowed to have blood in it anyway, so nobody can really get that hurt.
To do that, we gotta cross Soul Valley and destroy the force field around.
We've never been past, we've never been there. We've never been Soul Valley. Oh man, that's crazy. Music's good. What else is fucking new? That has been the staple the entire time. Like, yep, music's good.
Open her up.
So what you're telling me is, with how good that guy was supposedly with shit, we probably could have just gotten the arm cannon and a battery and just hooked it up and be like, here you go.
Only guarantee 80%.
Recalculating.
And why does the Federation need Samus for fucking anything?
Warning. System critical.
Like, after seeing this dude fight and then this bullshit, like, what the fuck they need Samus for? Like, look at that. That's absurd. Like, who even gives a shit? Just send that. Just make 1 million of those. Like, fuck everything else, dude. Who cares? Damn, they killed the robot. But see, they already did, like, it's gonna be hard to care if they kill these guys because they already did a whole sequence where we thought they were all dead in the first place. So even if they do decide to kill off the entire cast, it's gonna be like, well, who fucking cares? Y'all lied to me earlier. Nah, see, the keys were for the tower. We had to get the Gigantomech.
Well done.
Wow, they did that again. They did, like, the Predator or whatever, like, handshake thing. That's the second time they did that. They,
She did good.
She did.
wait, why are you sorry it worked? What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, I think he's apologizing to Betsy because he killed Betsy.
This is our moment.
You're right, it is y'all's y'all got this. You don't need me. You got fucking Turbo Beam over here. You got Robot Man that can't even die. He'll just go in there and punch shit. So that's what I was saying. Like, why didn't we just get the cannon and like the power source for it if we were just gonna? Because like they could just let that thing overload. They just shoot it and just let it overload and blow up. Like, why do we have to get the entire mech if we were just gonna do that? We even had the teleportation beacon, which, as a reminder, we weren't allowed to use, but we could use for the mech parts. And as another reminder, the Lamorans seem to be on par with the Chozo in terms of technology. They have got, like, literal psychic everything and a bunch of crazy shit. And yet somehow...
This place is so beautiful.
what they're like, wow, this place is so yonic. Like, frighteningly so. No, just scan that. Don't do this. I want to scan the balls in the walls. And use the whole budget, they lose it next quarter. I don't know what the, speaking of like the money thing, I don't know like what the what the sales information on this looks like. Functions to recognize the chosen one. Okay, that's me. I stand here because I'm the chosen one. You guys want me to do core mechanic? Probably. I can do core mechanic. You want me to do it? Nah. Okay. You want me to just run through? Okay. Cool. Oh, like actually, okay. Never mind. That was a joke. That was a bit of a haha. Statue made of umozanite, depicting a lemur in its forehead as a crystal design. Subject identified as a priest able to manipulate psychic energy. Cool. Get out of here, guilty sparks. I will say the UI is put together really well in this. This was something I was going to talk about last night. Like, it's really, really, really well done. Like, the more I thought about it, I was like, dude, the UI in this game is actually, like, extremely, extremely well done. Like, notice there when you do, like, the psychic thing and that little thing shows up on the side, it, like, pushes the names out and, like, they fan out across the... they fan out across that little, like, icon. Is this where Pragnante is formed? Yeah, this is probably it. Is that basically the plot of Halo 4? Master Chief deals with the Forerunners, which are another advanced species that use psychic-like tech. Yes, Halo 4. Explaining the Forerunners and explaining away anything that ever made them cool. That's my favorite sci-fi trope. Like, y'all remember this really cool-ass ancient race that did all kinds of crazy shit? It's like, what if we over-explained it? Like, please don't do that. You can leave them a little mysterious. That was actually one of the few things that the Outer Wilds actually did kind of poorly. Not in the base game, but in the DLC. We got just the right amount of the Namai in the base game. But then the DLC takes it a little too far in some spots.
You okay, Samus?
you didn't say anything? Be like, you good, Shamu? Be like, I mean, yeah, I guess. You know they ain't gonna say anything. Expandable structure with a hemispherical object responds to Guardian commands. Okay. Psychic energy turbine rotates in response to psychic energy released by the psychic core. Psychic! Because, like, the Forerunners in Halo are, like, they are so damn mysterious, and every time Guilty Spark talks about them or anything like that, like in the weird mentions of, like, doing that, like, Bungie thing where they were just like, oh... Like, when Guilty Spark's, like, talking to you when you're on, like, the Halo or whatever, and they say the thing about, like, you've been here before, or whatever the hell it is, that shit, like... There's so much, like, weird mystery surrounding the Forerunners and the Halo itself, like, the installations, and, like, kind of what humanity's role and everything is by that point, and... It's really fucking rad for the most part, like... You know, it's kind of Mass Effect-y, too. Like, do you remember, what the fuck was that dude's name that was, like, that ancient-ass race? His name was, like, Jumanji or some shit. And he just ends up being, like, a little too much in terms of, like you thaw his ass out of, like, a cryopod. His name started with, like, a J. I can't remember what the fuck it was. But I remember, like, that being kind of a cool concept, but then you think about it, it's like, yeah, we're doing that thing where we, like, over-explain ancient race again, and it just makes things, like, more complicated and fucked up. It is, yeah, it's the room from the start. Because I guess this was where we were originally when we kicked it off before we got over to Fury Green or whatever. How did we get to Fury Green? Dude, what if you don't shoot that? Do you think we just die? Yeah, because I think somebody made a joke about it when we first got to this room about the spider ball tracks. And how funny that would be. Because it was like, oh look, final boss room. Well, hey, there you go. What the hell was that one dude's name in Mass Effect 3? His name started with like a J. He was like a DLC dude. And he was like... I didn't even save before coming here. What? Okay, you know what though? That was way, way better than, oh my god, she's doing Morph Ball.
Careful now, Samus. Careful up there.
The stuff in Halo and the control, it's just referencing Marathon. Well, yeah, sure, it's like a reference. It's kind of like all Bungie games do that. But like, I think to some extent, like they really did want like everything to kind of be connected loosely in some interesting way that like maybe didn't get like over-explained. Because I mean, that original team that did 1 through 3 and then ODST and Reach, I don't think they ever really. I don't think they were ever gonna like I don't think they were ever gonna explain like the Forerunner and stuff like as much as they ended up kind of harping on them in like 4 and onward. And that was part of the fun, is like running into like this like ancient tech and these people that came before humans and all this stuff, and that just kind of being like interesting on its own.
Look at this place.
What do you want from me? All early rooms in Prime for the penultimate bosses. But nobody booed you. Do you think that Silex beat us here, even though he is probably the worst built-up villain I think I've ever seen? Because, like, we don't know, like, anything about him, and he has just shown up as a fake, like, 2 or 3 times, and then he's gonna be the last boss. Sure hope so. Because he seems like he could be interesting, but... I mean, do we really learn a lot about him outside of, like, maybe, what, Federation Fun Force or something? I'd be okay if it was Ridley. It wouldn't even bother me at this point.
Take us home.
Look at Maul just staring at us. You got the keys. Take us home. Like that, all that like it comes up over here is just like a tiny ass, like beat up ass, like 98 Corolla. Like damn. I guess we're riding in that piece of shit. Why does it smell like cigarettes and McDonald's?
Teleporter.
God. So, what the hell was the point of the... Are we sure that the 100% crystals was actually, like, mandatory? Is it literally just to get this suit? Which I guess means that maybe the shield thing is going to be like a mechanic at some point. Because if it's mandatory, then...
I can't believe it. We're actually going home.
Oh, you had to say something. Now we're all gonna death. Okay, so I guess that's supposed to be him or whatever. So he was part of the Federation Fun Force.
Samus!
Don't bother. Don't bother talking to us, because we won't say anything.
Silence! Knuckle up!
The robot reloaded his fist.
Watch those arms.
The two units and carrots connected Silex transformed to nano arm by nanomachines, fully armored except for its tip. Bounty hunter using modified version of Galactic Federation battlesuit reconstructed using the latest nanotechnology. Well, that's good. We take that here. All right, well, I guess let me start shooting the tips. Which, like I said, I didn't even refill our ammo or anything, so that's pretty funny. Ain't that a hoot? We're gonna shock these tips.
All right, let's get the rest of these off.
One of those like weird targeting situations where it just feels difficult to difficult to get the targeting to work sometimes. Boy, that electric attack, dude, that does some crazy damage.
That's the last one. Keep vulnerable. Now's our chance. Hit him with everything you got.
Oh my god, now they're angry.
Oh no, the orange transformed. Keep it together. We got this.
Let's see what the Hydra versions say. Formed into a dragon head, this form puts heavy strain on the nanomachines, can be active only for a short time. Damaging the dragon head will increase the strain, reducing its duration. Okay, so these are like turbo mode over here, but we can knock them out, I guess, if you just do the do. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What is even happening? This is a lot.
We're armed. I count 4. We took them out once. We can do it again. Watch your feet.
Oh my god, it's like that one toy from like the 90s where you would like the skip it or whatever the hell it was called. Y'all know the one I'm talking about? Skipini Benini. I don't want to burn like all of our ammo like zapping at these, but I suppose it's not really mandatory anyway, so. And they give us some back regardless. Like I said, it doesn't really matter. Like once it like breaks, yeah, they give you some back. So that's not the end of the world. Might want to say if I do decide to do it though, I'd probably want to use it for like the dragon head things just to skip that phase like faster because that's definitely the more aggressive. Maybe we get a chance to use a super missile, but probably out of time. Yep. Let's see what these say. Form of dragon head, this form puts heavy strain. Okay, so it's the same deal, just need to damage him. Pretty neat like boss fight though. I like it like conceptually, it's cool. With the Dargon. We probably could have gotten a few more E-tanks though, because yeah, they definitely hit pretty hard, so might have been worth doing that, but we'll see. Oh, we can also do core mechanic now that I think about it. Seamus might need some help, yeah, because we're dead. It's like a ground quake shit. Oh, good. They might be dead after that. It's a very aggressive situation. Yeah, give me them nodes. You know, I think actually some of the targeting shenanigans that happened in that last fight might have been from a little bit of the control stuff that I changed early on. And the different version of his theme is cool too. I'm afraid to yank at those until they're like, these things are down because they just kind of swing all over the place. But I think you have to yank them or they regenerate. Yeah, that's what they do. Okay. I actually thought I could get away with that. Oh no! Oh, you have to get these guys back up or it's game over. Which we learned that last night. You have like a very set amount of time to do that. If you don't do it, then... Give me that node. Let me grab this, and then I'll fix this person. Dude, I still can't get over like the psychic healing though. It's so weird. That's such a strange thing. Must grab. Please no hit while grab. Alright, so we'll try doing super missile. Actually, we can try doing the fire shot thing. No, that didn't really work. Didn't really do a lot either, actually. What if you can like power bomb those? I don't think the answer was yes to that.
I'm alive.
Face down, ass up, that's the way I like to hit. Guys, please get out of the damage zone. Oh my god, I'm in the damage zone too.
I'm up.
Alright, Mackle is also down. Great. Yeah, the missiles seem pretty good at knocking those out too. It's good to do charge shots just to make sure to... But we're sitting on quite a few missiles anyway, as opposed to some of the shot ammo. You just like, can you please dodge the thing? They're like, mechanics are for cars. Like, you are a mechanic. Please, just do it. They're like, nah. Not doing it. God, that is irritating to get away from. A little irritating. Oh, well, I guess before I yank that, I need to get the power-up stuff from it, because if I don't, then we'll miss out on it, because... Oh, he still has two of them, never mind. Oh my god, Mr. Flappy. Okay, we get it. Yeah, I guess we'll just do... Like, I could do, like, the super missile thing, but part of me feels like that's not even, like, worth it. Seems like regular shoot. Dude, they didn't even give us enough time. You can't even do anything there. Awesome.
Sarge needs your help.
I think we're probably gonna game over this here, just because I don't think I'll be able to heal everybody in time.
Thanks.
Well, his liabilities sure are fun. Oh, cool! You do get the stuff for breaking those heads too, so that's nice. God Almighty, dude! Let me try to get the healing stuff there so I can get that. Who's... No, I waited too long. Oh, that's so fucking irritating. Yep. Yeah, I'm surprised they could just tank that shit as well as they can too. Like it is annoying, but at the same time, yeah, that having to heal them and shit definitely sucks. That's not very fun. I guess the moral of that story is to just kill him faster, because the less time he's got any damage opportunities, the less damage they're gonna take. But or keeping him out of that lightning phase too, where he's hitting the ground over and over, because they don't seem to dodge that very well. I mean, the super missiles definitely seem like they do pretty well there, but God, that's just such a short like damage window. Oh well.
Together, we got this.
Like even getting down like one or two of the heads seems to be like enough to justify doing like the supercharged like beams and stuff. I don't know though, but God, they have so much health. That's a lot. Which I guess these guys might be like ice or something like that, because the electric seems to do a pretty good job on all of them, but yeah, we'll try ice on the next one and see how it goes. Didn't jump past it. Skip it. Get the thing. Thank you. Thanking. Try to get the little power bloopers when I can too, because they're only out there for a certain amount of time, so. I'll charge that up, get the health things, and then grab that. Try fire against these and see if it's a little bit better. Yeah, it seems like it's pretty good. I mean, it definitely annihilated that, like, one right in front. Oh, no, it didn't. They just split. Those also don't really track that well compared to the compared to the other ones, so it's a little bit harder to hit them. God, I feel like I'm just wasting shot ammo on their. God damn, those like they just tank so much. Like that just feels like a waste. Like you're better off like spending it here with how resilient it is there. Yeah, lightning you like guaranteed like the hits actually land, so which is nice. Can I fucking grab that? Ugh. This is moments of like, can I believe? Might I please? The like pull tether thingy, whatever, Yankle has been like, I think it had some neat like puzzle stuff. Like I said before, with some of the like core mechanic things, they've been like cool in like the puzzles, but they've been like less than fun in combat. the pole feels like it takes way too long to do anything, especially against the shield guys, because, like, it's funny because those are the first dudes that, before you even get the grapple or the pole, it's like, you can yank their shield away. I'm like, yeah, you could, or you could just not. Or you could just ignore that and not do it. That would be good, too. Yeah, I'll just stick to doing, like, the lightning stuff for this, because... That feels at least, like, worth burning, like, some ammo on. Great.
I'm okay.
And this is easily the most dangerous phase. Like, getting through this is, like, super important, because otherwise they're just gonna be dying all over the place. Oh my god. Where even is he before we game over on that? And, like, you end up taking damage, too, because, like, you can't see quite as well.
Thank you.
I'm glad I looked up just in time to get blendered. So that's good. Like a very long fight compared to some of the other, like, boss fights. Yeah, I kind of wish they did that thing like what they do in some games where if you have like your NPC team with you, like what they'll be doing is like they're working on like something outside of the boss fight. They're like, oh, we're rebooting the whatever, or we're getting the ship ready for launch, or you know what I mean? Like anything like that, like any trope that you could think of, rather than have them in the fight with you. Like, part of me kind of appreciates they put them in the fray with you, but at the same time, it's just, I don't know, like that just adds like a huge level of liability, and they obviously don't do like enough damage to, you know, justify being here either. But I mean, it's cool to fight with them, because, like, obviously they're trying to do this thing where, you know, you've been with them the entire time, kind of, but... Can I please fucking get that? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't think the super missile's worth it. He's got, like, damage gates anyway, so, like, I think it feels better just to shoot him. So we're supposed to, like, super hate this person, probably because, I guess, like, they were mad that Samus, or they think Samus probably caused, like, a bunch of destruction in a fight or something. I don't fucking know. Okay, am I supposed to, like... I'm supposed to, like, psychic through that or something? Or, like, what do we... What are we supposed to do with that? Because you can move a little bit in Doctor Who land, but... This is really fucking weird. Like none of that, nothing does enough damage so far to like care about like navigating around. Because like nothing here does any damage compared to what he was doing before. And they drop health items, so like why are we dodging anything? Seemed at first like we kind of needed to go like through those, and oh, I guess we can use our shots here because these will actually home in too. God, they do dilly dick damage. Holy shit, that does nothing. This is such a strange fight. Like it's like a neat concept. Oh, cool. Final destination. Box only. What are we doing?
Just you and me, Samus.
This has like no weight. Like Silex seems cool, but like who the fuck? Like who cares? Like this is like one of those like who are you type situations where like I don't know you, man. Like I don't know what's happening. This part's cool. Mainly because Silex's theme is actually like really good, but that's just the music doing its work again because it's been so good the entire game. Hell, is that like some doo-doo morph ball? You're not allowed to have that. Oh, that's cute. Does he steal your energy tanks? He does. That's actually pretty funny. I should have scanned him in the nether or wherever we were a minute ago. Shield generated by his energy sphere nullifies all firearms. Okay. Got my E-tank back. Oh, so he's got something to stop core mechanic. All right. So the energy field nullifies all attacks. All right. Does he come out of this? Or is this just like a thing that happens? It seems like Morph Ball might be the... If that is what's happening and he's like stealing our E-tanks and stuff, that's pretty fucking cool. Oh no, I wanted whatever this was. This psychic eyeball. Miniature black hole generated by Silex. It draws in firearms, neutralizing them. Only control beam. Only the control beam and the will of its user can resist the black hole's pull. Oh. Alright. I guess we'll have to use the... Guess we'll have to use core mechanic here. Do you shoot the black hole directly? Nope. Do you shoot him? I was thinking maybe you could hit the black hole and like detonate it or something. Nope. It also does very little damage comparatively. Yeah, are you supposed to like... Yeah, I mean, I guess you can just hit him. Oh, yeah, because he does have, he has a lock-on target thingy there. I do like that. Owie! Oh, I didn't have enough shot ammo for that. Well, that's death. I don't even know how you're supposed to get out of that. This is such a strange, like, ending fight. Okay, so we're back here in Doctor Who, so... Which I do need to remember that I can use core mechanic here, I guess. Wait. What? Oh, that was the shield, wasn't it? Yeah. That's the missile shield or whatever. I probably should have used that in the last thing, but I forgot that existed because we've only had it for 5 seconds. Oh yeah, we're out of toast. I love Legacy Barrier. Just the name of that's really funny. Legacy Barrier deactivated. Yeah, they give you enough like health here that this whole bit kind of feels like it's just like a spectacle. I don't know how to feel about this. Like, there's like some interesting things they're doing, but at the same time, it's like this is kind of just strange to control a little bit. Kind of feels like it's more of the spectacle of it rather than anything else, because like there's not really a high chance you're gonna get deadited here, because like yeah, you have to mess up pretty bad, I think. You have to basically just get hit by everything and not shoot him because he generates so many little healthy things. Like I said, at least his theme just rips. Like, it's really good. Because I'm still not, like, 100% positive on this. I was wondering if, like, power bombing him might work. No, it did not. Oh, wait, no, it did. Yeah, power bombing him absolutely worked. That's worth noting. He picked it back up. What a jerk. We'll run out of power bombs at this rate. It might have been a hidden loading screen. I'm not positive. And just interrupt his ass at everything, I guess. And so when he does when he does Black Holeville over here, that's when we just have to use Core Mechanic, I guess, to knock him out of it. The thing I'm super concerned about is the, whatever that beam was they used before that was like, locked us, and that was just kind of it. I mean, I guess you just have to, like, shoot. Yeah, you just have to shoot. You have to have enough health, and I guess you just have to shoot him to knock him out of it. Did we boost into him and it knocked him out? That's pretty funny, actually. No, don't steal it. Oh my god, that's frustrating. Am I not allowed to have these back? It's like, may I please have my energy tanks back? Cool mechanic, though. I like the idea of stealing your E-tank. That's neat. He did not have a sun in this case. He had a black hole. He didn't get to have that. Oh no, core mechanic. Core mechanic, save me. So, is that one Lamorne dude, like, just completely gone, or, like... He was the one that was like, yo, dog, I'm waiting on you, and it's like, yeah, we're trying. Please don't kill me, thank you, thank you. Mainly just so we don't have to do this over again. He's probably still alive. He's probably okay. Yeah, that's a good question. Why was there no hog finale?
Alert. Spatial anomaly detected. Great. What now?
Yeah, he's probably okay. Cause Seamus is like Batman. They don't kill.
Be ready for anything.
They only maim for life. They only be maiming for life.
Samus! I knew you'd come back.
Never doubted you for a second, boss.
Glad to have you with us.
Samus, does that mean Silex is
Good.
Good.
Ready to go home?
We'll be right behind you.
That means Silex dead? Good. Exactly what I was hoping for. Alright, you guys ready to leave and definitely not die? Because how is this going to blow up in our face? Literally. Dude, I look at Crocomire and the way that fucker dies, and I think about, like, how dark Super Metroid is. Super Metroid also has a bunch of bloody, like, dead bodies on the fucking title screen. And again, that's one of those moments of, I'm like, Nintendo's never doing this again. Like, they're never doing that. Bunch of bloody, dead human bodies in a space station. It's like, oh. Fuck.
That must be Tanamar. Home sweet home.
And you are sure?
Well,
And Crocomire is like, oh, look at that thing, its skin melting off. It's like, oh my god. What? It's so visceral the way that thing died. And you're just like, oh, that's pretty dark.
You did.
We're really going home.
If they hadn't been yapping so much about going home, I'd believe that they actually were. Oh my god.
Silence! Look! Samus! No!
Protect the teleporter!
are you alright?
I got you! Providing cover.
Yeah, this is where I call bullshit on Silex being able to live this. It's like, oh, we just hit him like 8,000 missiles? Cool.
Teleporter's not gonna last long. You gotta make the jump while you still can. I'll do my best to stabilize the power. Yes. Restart the sequence. We'll buy you time while it charges.
See, I figured this is what would be happening during like the main fight where like we're fighting Silex and they're like trying to like boot this like portal up or some shit.
No!
Yeah, just fucking kill him.
Samus! Go!
We need fucking press A to teleport. Is this like some bad ending situation? Because it certainly feels like it.
Samus!
Thanks.
Solon be with you.
So, okay, well, everybody dies. We saw that coming, but yeah, what if we had like stopped doing the teleporter and gone and just killed Silex with our clearly superior powers and then been like, all right, everybody, let's pack in. Wow. That is like one of the most abrupt endings I think I've ever seen. Like, that's sad that the gang dies, but because I mean, I'm not gonna be like, people die, like whatever. Like, I mean, it's sad because yeah, like they're not the worst, they're not the best either, but like they're not. You don't want them to like all die or whatever. Like, okay, like obviously you don't. But the weird part is like they didn't do enough to really make you give a shit. But I mean, like naturally your standard moral or ethical fiber is gonna be like, well, obviously I don't want the people to die. That's like that'd be psychotic. I mean, they're annoying and they're ridiculous, but like That doesn't feel like very... Yeah, they've also... And I talked about that earlier, too. Like, they've, like, fake died all the way through, so, like... This is the weirdest Metroid game I think I've ever played. And I think if anything had that title before this, it was probably Metroid 2 Return of Samus on the DS or whatever. Like that one was pretty weird too. And that one feels weird because it's like, I don't know, Silex is pretty fucked up. I would imagine he's probably gonna kill him. But the other M's not like, the other M's like not fucking, obviously when I'm talking about like Metroid games, I'm talking about like real Metroid games that function, not like stupid whatever the hell that was. In terms of like the actual Metroid games that are like even worth looking at. Yeah, Return of Samus is probably the other one that felt really weird. Is that person's name Akira Bloodgood? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, like, yes, the Return of Samus was, like, weird, but I think that's weird because it was, like, it's a remake of a Game Boy game, so, like, what are you gonna do, right? Like, that's always impressive when those are as good as they are when they remake them. So things like, you know, Link to the Past, not Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, the remake of that was really good, especially considering that, like, I don't know how Silex controlled Metroids. I don't know what that was all about. I'm still curious about how they control Metroids in the first place, because again, the Chozo had a really hard time doing that, period, which is half the reason they're dead. So, like, that's most of the reason they're dead, is because of the Metroids. So, like, if the Chozo couldn't do it, then how the hell... Oh, he cloned them? But, like, how does that make them not... Yeah, that was the other thing, too. I guess, like, the Metroids came with... How did that work anyway? Did the Metroids, like, just come with us and they decided to integrate with, like, the bosses in the area? Like, how the hell does that fucking work? The only thing I knew about Silex going into this, because, of course, I didn't play Federation Fun Force and Hunters or whatever, because they just didn't seem like they were worth playing. In the same way that, like, the extra Kingdom Hearts games are not worth playing, in my opinion. Like, they have story elements in them that probably should just be in other games. Well, first off, you didn't have to dip for the spoilers. There's like nothing to spoil. Maybe I'm like, I don't know. I don't think there was. I think if you had watched the last 50% of this game, you would have been spoiled on. Well, I guess I won't say. Like, there's nothing to spoil. I mean, like, it's exactly what you think is going to happen, but, like, kind of less than you think is going to happen, actually. Like, if you... I don't know. Yeah, this feels, like, really, really, like, weird, and, like, it does feel rushed, which is strange because it was in development for so long, which I think is, like, the interesting part of it. And, yeah, sure, it was... And the other scary part, and much like Dark Souls 2, and we were talking about this the other night, I feel like much like Dark Souls 2, there is an element that you're asking the entire way through where you're kind of thinking to yourself, you're like, if this is as weird as it is, what in God's name did this game look like beforehand? So much so that Nintendo was like, let's can that. This isn't up to snuff. Let's do something else. Because while Nintendo has their problems, several of them, including the thing we were talking about where, like, if it's not new, then they get, like, all freaked the fuck out and they can't do it or whatever. And they cram things in sometimes that don't make sense. Which this game is full of. Like, what the hell did this look like before? Because, like, there's parts of this that feel super rushed. But, you know, okay, let's look at the good parts. So the good parts of this are, the visuals are actually really good. Sans like the desert, which is pretty stupid. Most of the areas are visually distinct while still feeling cohesive, which is kind of hard to do, actually, because in this case, all of these installations are supposed to be like Lamorne stuff. So, in a different way than like some of the other places we've been, all of these should look similar, but having like a different function. And I think they did a good job of making like the ice area, the fire area, and all of these look like they belong to the same culture while having a different function. you know, jokes about things looking Ionic and whatever aside, like, it's, all of the areas look pretty good. And visually, I think for a game on the Switch 2 in this case, I think it looks good. The music is fantastic all the way through. It's a little in your face for some of it, but that's okay, because it feels good to blast it. Like, the Silex theme is really good. The gameplay itself feels really good. Like, it feels good to shoot. It feels good. The beams feel good to use. The missiles feel good to use. Kind of sucks that you can't, like, super shoot like crazy fast or anything like that, but that's kind of where the good stops. Like I said before, when the game is being just Metroid Prime, it's doing well. I think. When the game is doing weird new stuff for the sake of doing it that doesn't really make a lot of sense, like shooting Samus out of cannons to traverse different areas, the stupid desert, the stupid bike, like, and I'm calling the bike stupid at this point because, like, now looking back at it and seeing everything they do with it, it's ridiculous. Like, it makes no sense. It's not cool enough to justify its existence at any point. Like, it's you know, I could not imagine doing hard mode in this. I don't know what there would be to even like that actually seems miserable. As a matter of fact, the hard mode seems miserable because this game does a really weird thing where it's like mostly really easy throughout. Like, we died very little. You know, for the most part, but the times we did die, I feel like you just get absolutely fucking hammered to the point where you're like, damn, dude. And it's like you die and you'll be like, I don't even know what the fuck I was supposed to do. And then you kind of go back into it and you're like, oh, okay, I got it or whatever. But like, oh, I guess that makes sense because the fruit. That was why we have to do that, because of the memory fruit thing or whatever. And like the Lemorn, look, they're neat. Like, I think that's a neat, like, it's neat to see like a race that's not the Chozo, that has like kind of some crazy like ancient power that's a little bit different than like what the Chozo were doing. Because these guys are all like very heavily like built into like their psychic kind of powers and stuff, whereas like the Chozo are a lot more this like weird kind of like spiritual / mechanical situation going on. Now, I want you to keep in mind that, like, this is all coming from the perspective of somebody who absolutely... I love Metroid. It's, like, one of my favorite Nintendo franchises. It's probably... I mean, it's up there. This and Legend of Zelda are definitely the two that, like, stick out the most. As a matter of fact, in a lot of ways, I like Metroid more than Legend of Zelda, but, like... Yeah, I guess save it, because I don't really feel like going back and doing anything. So, like... I don't know. Then you look at like the bad parts of this, and it's the weird open world thing that isn't even open world. Like I said very early on, it feels more like Nintendo 64 Hyrule Field situation. And like that's not good because that game came out in like 1997 or whatever it was. And that's what it feels like. It just feels empty and kind of worthless. And I mean, like, you could compare the little shrine things. As a matter of fact, there might be some grottos that are more complicated in Ocarina of Time than some of these puzzles are for like the beams. Like the beam upgrades are cool. Getting them is just stupid. I mean, like it's just stupid. Like, again, I'm not like some puzzle hound who has to have like, oh my god, I gotta have like the best puzzles ever. Whatever, like, you know, this needs to be the most brain stimulating. Whatever. Like, I'm cool if it's just like a pretty chill little puzzle. They weren't even puzzles. They were literally just like walk into a room and get. Let's walk into a room and oh my god, the concept art for this game. This dude really was like, we got Rick Moranis at home. So Like, even, like, looking at the concept art, like, it reminds me of, like, the parts that are really interesting and cool, but, like, then you have all this shit that's just... Hold up. Okay, so there's a bunch of like logbook whatever things. Is there no... Okay, so we don't have all of it. So here's something interesting, and they are missing a couple things, but I would imagine there'd be more than just a few. I'm missing a lot there, though. Is there even... For somebody who's done 100% or whatever, is there even, like, robust concept art of the desert? Because we have... There's the little... That's the ice boss. This is a griever. This is them trying to, like, repair the griever things and, like, purge whatever. That's a cool concept art, like the wolves that you fight or whatever. There's the weird robotic machine thing, whatever, that's fused with the Metroid. There's the just the little boys and the turrets and all of that stuff. I mean, like, Volt Forge should have been the hub. Like, that's one of the coolest areas in the game. Volt Forge or whatchamacallit, Soylent Green should have been... Like, the concept art is phenomenal. I mean, like, it's absolutely fantastic. But the art and the visuals is never where this game comes up short. Like, ever. Like, that's not... And, like, all of this looks great. This is all super cool. Yeah, I personally don't have any of the concept art unlocked, apparently, for the... I personally don't have any of the concept art for the desert, apparently. So I can't imagine that there's a ton of it. But maybe there is. So, like, you know, you got all this stuff that's really interesting. You got these, like, screenshots or whatever, and some trailers and some other shit. Like, all the concept art looks cool. But if that is the case, that also makes me wonder if, like, the desert stuff really was just, like all this was, like, kind of what was planned initially. And then the desert and the bike and all that shit was, like, stuff that was added on to be, you know, let's do something new. Per, like, Nintendo or some shit. Yeah, I'm sure there is concept art, because of course there's that right there. We've got some, you know, stuff of the bike and some renders there and all that shit, but... Yeah, it is a little, like... It's strange. I mean, it really is. The desert not having any music is also crazy. Like, that is just... That's insanity. Like, that is so weird to me. The travel in between zones is weird. I really don't have a problem with, like, the hand-holding aspect, because I feel like it's not really different than, like, Prime 1. I don't remember Prime 3 well enough to even, like, put this in, like, a rating thing, but I would imagine it was not this... I don't remember it being this, like, weird by the end of it, where I was like, God, I feel so strange about this. I think it was like, oh, it's fine, yeah, sure. 2, of course, I'm not a huge fan of, because Light World, Dark World stuff, like, I'm just not a big fan of that. Normally. Cool, like, concepts and stuff, but, not my cup of tea, really. I think Prime 1 is definitely the best. Like, I think Prime 1's the best by, like, a long shot. I mean... Not even close. I don't think it's really super close with any of them. Honestly, I think Prime 1 is, like, super, super well done. I'm glad that Dread happened, and the reason I'm going to say this is because, like, I would genuinely be worried about Metroid as a franchise if Dread hadn't happened. Because if it was just Metroid 2 Return of Samus, and then this, I'd be like, I think it's going to be a long-ass time before we get, like, another Metroid game that's anything. Like, I'm glad Dread exists. And Dread's not perfect either. But I would be deeply concerned about, like, where Metroid games were going in general. Or if they would kind of just be like, yeah, it's, like, super, super back burner. Dread's, like, cool, but it's really cool. It does some really neat stuff, but it's also not perfect. I think progression-wise, it's a little strange sometimes. And I think that the music's not quite as good as this. They're different styles of music, though, but I think Dread's is a little bit more generic than Prime 4's. And visually, Dread is a little strange, too, where it just feels like they had to really dial back on some of the visual work for that game to make sure it ran as well as it did on the Switch. So, I'm unable to play Dread because of the press 7 buttons for core mechanic. Yeah, no, I would be worried about like Metroid in general, because like this game isn't like complete shit or anything. It's not like that. I think that's what makes it so complicated. Is like this is not like some just doo-doo fire like the worst game ever. It is very Dark Souls 2 in a lot of ways, where it feels like it's just strange. And some of the decisions are really strange, and it feels like there's things in there that are just like arbitrary or done for like really weird reasons. It feels like really rushed in some parts, but also we know it wasn't because it was in development for a while. So like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like this is a weird one. This is definitely not really what I expected. 7 years is that's a decent chunk of time development wise. I mean, that's a while. So it is crazy to me that a Metroid game has come out for the Switch 2, and if somebody was like, what game should I get for the Switch 2 or whatever, it'd be like Donkey Kong. Which like I didn't think I'd ever be like after like the Donkey Kong Country series. I don't know if I'd ever be like, yeah, Donkey Kong is probably the best game on the Switch 2 right now. If you're talking about games that are exclusive to it, I mean, especially like Nintendo titles, yeah, I'd probably say Donkey Kong 2 or Donkey Kong Bonanza or whatever is probably the pick. Maybe Mario Kart 85 if you're into racing, or Kirby Air Ride if you're into racing, or racing if you're into racing. I wonder if they would consider making a Switch 2 version of Dread. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know, like what. I don't know. Well, I do wonder where they're at now, right? Because, like, as far as, like, the current timeline, Samus has can turn into a literal Metroid at this point. So so now Samus has Metroid triggers. So, like, where do we go from there? And then, as far as Prime goes, I don't know where the fuck they're going with this. Because of course, it has to exist before a certain point. Which means, like, how many more crazy-ass Prime... I don't know if there'll be a Prime 5. Like, I saw somebody say something about a trilogy. I don't know about that. I really don't. I don't know if this, like, would have, like, sold well enough or got, like, good enough reception for them to go ahead and, like, greenlight a fifth game. Prime Me felt like Halo, no joke. Wait, the original one? Well, that is true. I mean, her name is Metroid, so it makes sense that she would be a Metroid. And yeah, I agree. This did not set up a new story at all. Like, I mean, all that happened here was Samus helped save dead race, kind of, and then planted a tree somewhere else with the thing. So, like, I guess their memories and stuff will regrow or what. Like, and also the friends she made are dead, which I think feels like shit. I think that's a really shitty way to make you, like, want to care. And the worst part is you kind of don't, because the characters aren't super strong on their own, so, like, you don't care from that perspective. Now, if you have, like, human brain and you experience, like, any level of empathy, naturally you're gonna be like, well, I didn't want the people to die. Like, naturally, they didn't do anything wrong. Like, they should definitely be able to... That just feels weird. And so there's no, like, 100% ending or anything like that, where, like, they get out. Or, like, that just feels stupid. Like... That feels like they're trying to do some emotional weight thing, and it really doesn't work. And it actually feels shittier than anything, because you're just like, great, cool. Awesome. You know, like, you're like, cool, the dudes that were kind of annoying died. That doesn't make me feel any better. Yeah, like, if there was, if that was, like, a choice where you could leave, or if you could, like, shut down the teleporter and go over and beat the absolute shit out of Silex and then get everyone and leave, like, that would feel... This is kind of what we talked about before, about making the player feel cool. And God, you do not feel cool after that, because you beat Silex's ass, they show back up, and it's like, you just leave. And it's like, nah, fuck that, we're gonna go over there. And obviously he's reeling. The idiot fell out into space or some shit. You already beat his ass. Go over there and dunk a super missile in his face. You're still good, then you just get out, you're good. But yeah, I do kind of wonder if, like, the Yonic imagery and stuff like that, and, like, that, I do kind of wonder if that is, like, the some of like the more like motherly kind of maternal perspective or whatever that T-Quick's talking about, or if that was just kind of the way things were. Spoiler, if you don't take the teleport, you die and refight the boss. Sick. Well, Samus has learned a lot, obviously, between now and, you know, Dread. Like, you can kind of see how fierce they become by the time Dread rolls around. Like, they are absolutely ferocious. And, like, maybe you could say that the events of something like this are Samus kind of losing a little bit more humanity and, like, getting more aggressive about not ever working with anybody or doing absolutely everything alone because they wouldn't want to lose anybody again. But I don't really know if that's where they're going with it. We could say that's where they're going with it, which would kind of make sense, but I don't think that that's the intent. But that's kind of what I mean, that would make sense, like, if, okay, they've lost people in these games, so, like, then they would, you know, naturally not want to fight alongside anybody anymore because they don't want anybody else to die or something, I guess, or whatever. Like, maybe that's like a theme that they're doing. Did that happen in Corruption? I don't really remember exactly what happened in that. But either way, I mean, this is not a terrible game. I will say though, like, even if you are a big Metroid person, like, I mean, I am. I love Metroid. I normally very much enjoy playing these games, especially the older ones. But yeah, it definitely it's a weird one. Looks good, sounds good. It's got great visuals, got good music, got good gameplay in the parts that are just Metroid Prime, but then everything else that is like the collect the green crystals is awful. I can't imagine how shit that feels if you like haven't been doing it the entire game and then you realize you have to get them to progress or whatever. That blows. That is absolutely terrible. That is like the definition of padding. Like, that's atrocious. I'm trying to think of anything else in the overworld that was worth anything. So there was the mech part collection, which is whatever. That doesn't mean like anything. That takes like very little time. There's the shrine things to get the beam upgrades, which the beam upgrades are cool, but getting them is stupid. And like insanely easy. Yeah, it was like a little Wind Waker Triforce hunt, but in a roundabout way, as much as I make fun of the Wind Waker Triforce hunt and I shit all over that, like, even that felt more impactful than whatever the hell. I mean, God, at least I was hunting for pieces of the Triforce and not go collect things that are literally just called green crystals. They don't even give them a fucking name. Like you said earlier, the puzzles of this game are what people complained about Breath of the Wild shrines being straight up. Like, I mean, that's amazing to me too. Like, that like people bitched a fucking storm about how easy the Breath of the Wild shrines are, which, I mean, there were 120 of them or something like that, so they're not all going to be winners, but there were definitely some cool ones in there. Well, the green crystals feel like some shit out of like They feel like some shit out of like Banjo-Kazooie. Like, they're just weird. They're just strange, like... it's just strange. It's such a weird... See, I think that the line Samus speaks retroactively is kind of cool. However, in the moment, I laughed really fucking hard, because I was like, what are we doing? I was like, why is Samus talking, and why is she like, Panawangi, Chabuski, Batumi? I'm like, what is this? What are we doing? The easy Breath of the Wild shrines you could at least fuck about in and do weirdly. These were like easy puzzles with one solution. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like Breath of the Wild, like at least there was that, because we were kind of talking about that too. At least like the Breath of the Wild ones, even if it was like throw physics ball into a hole, you could do like some shenanigans and be like, can I ricochet ball off a wall and knock into, kind of like we did. There's a clip that's like ancient, but where I like jokingly stasis one and shot it, and I was like, well, maybe I could get it, whatever, and I shot it and it like still somehow landed in the fucking hole, and I was so confused. But even those are like not super complicated, but yeah, that was, you know, fun to mess around in. We definitely needed more of the little spin dash highway things. I thought that those were way more fun. They weren't even interactive, and they were somehow more fun than most of the other means of traversal. Like, if there had been, like, more of the ball cannons that shot you and, like, hit the wall. There's only one instance of that, right? Where you get into a cannon and shoot yourself with the ball and you hit the wall and it makes, like, that really good sound when you land on it and everything. I think there's only one of those. That was fun. I would rather do that, like, just load up into a ball cannon and shoot around. That'd be at least, like, thematic. Wow, there it is. You actually found that clip specifically. Holy shit. But yeah, I mean, like, this is still, like, good in some ways, but then in other ways, it's pretty terrible. Like, it's confusingly bad, because the team that made this, we know that they don't make, like, you know, this isn't like Metroid's not a series that, like, is just kind of poop. Like, most of the games are pretty good. Like, even though I didn't, you know, love Samus Returns for the remake of that, I mean, it's still pretty good. Like, it's still a pretty good game. It just felt very, like, again, the source material, the material they were working with, it was hard to really expand, you know, past where they did. It's hard to hang with, like, Super Metroid and then Fusion, and, like, it's hard to hang with Super Metroid, Fusion, and Prime 1. Like, I think all three of those games do very well in their, like, respective categories, because Fusion, while it is a 2D Metroid, is very different than Super Metroid in the way it, like, handles stuff. But it still does a really good job, for the most part. And so, like, I would say if I had to, like, rank, like, Metroid games in terms of the ones, like, I enjoy, it's probably Super Metroid, Prime 1, well, Super Metroid, Fusion, Prime 1, and then Dread. And all the fucking rest of them, I guess. I don't know, man. Like, that left me with a... This isn't quite, like, Kingdom Hearts 3 level of, like, God, what a dumpster. Because, like, there is no, like, Disney that swooped in to ruin it. I think in this case, if there was anybody that swooped in to ruin something, it was probably Nintendo. It was probably Nintendo demanding that Retro or whatever put in this new bullshit that just has to be there. Like, they're like, we need to have, like, some kind of open world. We need to have, you know, stupid traversal thing for open world. We need to have dumb... I don't know. Like, I feel like some of this was, like, Nintendo just jumping in there and being like, we gotta have these things. I don't feel about Zero Mission. I would say Zero Mission I would put, like, together with Fusion, kind of, because Zero Mission is a... Zero Mission is a much better way to experience that original game, because, like, I would never in a million years tell somebody to go play the NES Metroid. Like, no. I'd be like, dude, you could do literally anything better with your time. Like, don't waste your time doing that. Like, it's amazing for the time. It's really cool. It was amazing that it existed on the Nintendo. It sucks. Like, playing the original Metroid is fucking miserable. Like, that game is so miserable. AM2R is probably still the best way to experience Metroid 2 for me personally. I think it's better than Samus Returns. But I don't think it's better than Dread. Yeah, I mean, just playing Zero Mission instead would be the way to go. I would not play the original Metroid. That is just such a waste of fucking time. Yeah, that's the other thing I talked about a little bit, was I wonder about some of this game's shortcomings, and I wonder if they are because of... I wonder if they're because of, like... I do. I wonder if they're because of the fact that this had to be a Switch 1 game, too. Part of me, like, wants to go and, like, fire up, like, Prime 1 and, like, putz around in it for a minute and just... But... Because, like, we could either go do, like, some Kenshi or whatever, but... I could probably uninstall ZA for the time being, unless I decide to go back to that. See, I don't even know about the bike having, like... I think the bike is, like, neat and all, but I don't really know... Like, the more I thought about it, I'm like, what could they have done to actually make this, like, cool? Because I don't really know if there is anything that I'd be like, fuck yeah, bike and Metroid. Like, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if, like, at any point I'd be like, yeah, man, that's good shit. Like, that's what we needed. And it looks neat. Like, it's neat. But then again, I guess I'm not, like, a yeehaw mahog type person in the first place, so maybe that's on me. Maybe if I was more yeehaw mahog, then I'd be all about it. How big is Prime 1? I tried to play the NES Metroid once when I was young, but after a bit after its era, I got stuck pretty early and gave up. Never figured out how to do progress past missiles because I didn't know multiple open red doors with absolutely no feedback. Yep. Yeah, it's yeah. So the only reason I ever played the original Metroid was because of my brothers, because of course they had an NES and stuff growing up, and so like I kind of like wandered into like technically in my age range, like I really shouldn't have that much experience with like NES stuff, but I actually have a ton of it just because of my brothers because they had all those stupid fucking NES games. And most NES games are pretty terrible. Like I mean, like you can clearly tell that they were like really trying to figure it out. Like there's not a lot of reason to really go back and play NES games because I feel like the Super Nintendo probably either did them like leaps and bounds better than they were able to do for the original. I can still appreciate it, but there's a lot of NES shit that I'm just like, I don't fucking care, dude. Like this is so poopy. Like this is just suffering. Outside of like Mario or like Mega Man or, you know, a few of those that are like still pretty good to play, even though they like, I mean, they kind of like figured it out like all the way back then. Like they still function pretty well, but dude, Metroid 2 on the Game Boy is like even more like wicked and weird. Like that's even like that is one of the worst experiences. Like I remember trying to play Seamus fucking Returns or whatever on Game Boy, and I was like, this sucks. Now, if I thought it sucked back then, God, how bad did that have to be? You know, because if you think something sucks as like a kid, oh man, how fucking poop dicks that gotta be. Good luck, Zaris, because it is certainly something. Yeah, like thinking back on this is like so strange because like I had a lot of feelings about Dread at the end of it where I was just like, it ain't perfect, but it's pretty cool. Like, and the more I thought about it, I was like, yeah, it was actually really good. Like, I still am not a huge fan of like the way the entire world is kind of laid out. I think some things kind of blend together too well. Little awkward in a few spots. The Emmy stuff gets really old. But like for the most part, it functions pretty well, I think. Like they ported Prime 1, but not 2 or 3. They knew. they knew not to bother. Which is not the case. I know plenty of people would pick up 2 or 3. I thought they did do Corruption. I thought it was on the Switch. Can you not get Corruption on the Switch? I thought you could. I thought they like ported it, but like they didn't like remake it or whatever. Because like the remaster for Prime is definitely like its own kind of thing. Also came like out of nowhere too, which it makes me wonder if that was like how many people worked on that. maybe they were more excited to maybe they were more excited to work on that than they were like any of the team that's working on that. Like, oh, thank God we don't have to deal with like whatever the hell's happening in Prime 4. Metroid needs more narration. How iconic is the lines from Super Meat? Super Meat has like basically that one set of narration, and that was pretty impressive for the time. But I don't know if that one set of narration also tells you exactly what you need to know, like going into it. Like, you got it. There it is. There's the story. But I also kind of feel like if Super Metroid came out nowadays, like if they tried to do that exact same like plot delivery, that people would throw a fit because it would be like they're like, oh, it's like so bare bones or, you know, whatever. Like people would just poop their pants over that. Which I kind of understand, like the bar has definitely been raised as far as like the way a story kind of like functions, but I don't know. Yep, last Metroid captivity, Galaxy has that peas. Well, we were definitely given a reason to not like Silex. But I don't know if, like, we don't really know anything about him, I guess, unless you know, played something else. Yeah, overall, like, yeah, Prime is what a weird game. Prime 4 is weird as hell. I don't know how much of this will do. I'm just gonna kind of poke around in it because I'm just kind of like curious how it felt as far as like the gameplay itself goes. Because I played Prime like plenty. I can just go ahead and I'm not opening this again. Like, that feels terrible, but definitely not opening that again. Found existing save data. That's fine. We definitely don't need to carry over into the Prime stuff. I don't often do that. Just be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna get rid of this. Like, I don't know. I don't think I'd ever bother like reinstalling that. I have no reason to ever go back to Prime. Like, that's one of those games that, like, I already know there's no reason for me to ever go back and play that. Because, like, even if I did it from, like, the perspective of, like, we'll speed through this, yeah, good luck, because some of those cutscenes are unskippable. The back and forth is ridiculous. And what we learned last night, that apparently, like, even people who were trying to, like, speedrun it and stuff and found sequence breaks, they don't even work. Because apparently you have to get to, like, a certain event flag in the story for those to even allow them to function in the first place. Which, if the beam upgrades are like that, and if those are cut off, and those are a major means of, like, progression, have fun, because you're not gonna get shit out of that then. Like, that means that 3 extremely critical progression items are not even able to be, like, gotten early, which is insane. Like, that is so weird. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they do have the... I don't know why I went back in here. Yep, music still is great. It sure is. I don't know what I'm doing here. I just, like, my brain was just like, why don't we just, like, go into this and just go do and go look at it and... Like, gameplay-wise, I think, you know, like, 4 is definitely gonna stand out ahead of Prime, like, easily in my... I mean, of course, like, you've got, like, the, you know, things are gonna be a little bit more, like, active and require a little bit more movement, and, you know, the controls are gonna be a little different and all that stuff, but, I mean... Yep, start screen's great. Music's banging. Again, I mean, Prime 1 also like I said before, it also gets, like, the benefit of kind of being basically like Super Metroid, but in 3D, you know, with the exception of a few areas and some things that are different, but a lot of it feels very much like if Super Metroid was a 3D game, which is fine, like, but because it had enough of its own new stuff anyway to be, like, interesting and cool and stand out on its own, but it still felt, you know, very inspired by that. Oh, I actually never owned the triple dipple. Did it, like, the start screen was just like a weird combo thing? Like, it wasn't a, Samus's ship in Prime 1 is so goofy looking. Well, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it's gonna be, like, pretty simple, I think, because they have to kind of start somewhere on that. I also always found this, like, really funny that that Samus gets out of the ship here and it's not even on, like, the landing, like, dock or anything. It's, like, sitting outside of it, which means They could 100% oopsie poopsie just trip off of that and fall into the nothing. So fun. Fun times there. Good times. Fuck it, I'm jumping. I'm going in. Just stab at that arm cannon. Just stab at the arm cannon a little bit. You know what's interesting is, like, the controls are more, like, similar than you'd... They're a little bit more similar than you think they'd be. I kind of expected them to be, like, more... I don't know. Naturally, the visor stuff is going to be, like, a little bit more important because that exists at all in this, as opposed to, you know, not. I feel like even, like, right there's probably more going on than some of the puzzles in 4. Like, here you go. Muscle memory wise, it'd be definitely hard to... It's already, like, because, I mean, you know, the controls being different and stuff, like, it's similar, but not exactly the same. It's also nice to be able to, like, shoot pretty much as fast as you, like, want. That's cool. That definitely felt like that was something that was kind of sorely missing. I think 4 is the only Prime game to not have multiple visors. I don't know if that's, like, something that I necessarily would, like, missed. Look at this scan entry right here. Death caused by severing of spinal cord. It's like, damn, dude. It's pretty aggressive. There's this over here with, like, the gross, like, little mite dudes, like, just eating this guy. He's got some kind of fluid dripping out of him there, like... Death caused by acidic burns the body. Chemical type unknown. And there's this scary-ass son of a bitch who's, like, still trying to kill you. Who tutorializes, like, locking on and shooting and stuff. Creepy. Yeah, it definitely it's pretty close to sending me on the entire rant again about how, like, there are things that Nintendo from, like, in, like, the 90s and, like, early 2000s, like, I just don't believe that they're ever going to do again. In some cases, I think they're too worried about it not being, like, family friendly or getting past, like, a certain rating point or something like that. Bought this game and could not play it because it made me dizzy. One of the few games that that does that to me. Oh, this? Did you buy the remaster or remake thing? Yeah, remaster, whatever. You would probably get less motion sick from this because of the control style. Oh, so this one made you motion sick too. I have no idea though. I thought I could definitely see, like, the original control scheme being much more prone to making people motion sick. Running it again? What? Prime 1? No, I'm probably not doing, like, a full playthrough of this. I'm kind of just, like, poking around in it because I wanted to see kind of how it felt, like, if it really felt like, you know, super different or, like, really dated or whatever compared to... Like, specifically in this case, like, gameplay-wise, as it stands right now, even though this being, like, the remaster, in a way, it kind of doesn't really feel like... And sure, this has, like, some fresh coat of paint on things and all that, but even still, I mean, the foundational stuff is, like, there, even though they got, like, a different control style and things like that, but... And, like, the Space Pirates feel like... Because, like, you're looking at this and you're like, there's blood. Was there any blood in Prime 4? I don't even know if there was. Were we allowed to have that? Or was that too scary? What's that boy doing dead over there? Yeah, I think it's T for teen. Yeah. T for teen, M for mem. T for teen, M for mem. Who the mem is, I have no idea. Maybe we'll find out. Yep. Prime 4 actually took a little less time to finish than I thought it would too, which is a little weird. Like, I thought that maybe there was a little bit more to do. And I mean like core, not like putz around and go get like extra. And we died that one time too, so like, yeah. Rated M from Lim. Oh, maybe. I don't know if it actually had. I don't know if it actually had a. It had any blood in it. Not that like have blood means like good or anything like that, because you know that starts to get into that like weird territory where we were talking about like with the Pokemon fan games and stuff, where I joke about like them just being dark for the sake of being dark and it doesn't really add anything. But I mean, at the same time, like, you know, having a, you know, having some like, I mean, it adds to the spooky factor of this, you know, like you've got these creepy space pirates and stuff that you are familiar with to some extent. And if you played like the other Metroid games, first boss here is fantastic too. Like this intro bit's also really like pretty short. Like all things considered, I mean, this is pretty much it. And then you got the escape sequence. Great tutorial boss too. Like really good just like visuals, very creepy looking. Disturbing. It's got like all this goop and ooze like dripping out of it. I don't know, like the Prime 4 definitely does feel like it's missing like some grit to it. Yeah, I think in-game time was like 11 hours for us, but like stream time was like maybe 17, which means realistically it's more like 13 or 14, so I was probably running around yapping, doing God knows whatever.
Evacuate immediately.
And I feel like Prime 1 also has like that quality, that replayability. Like this is great, like all the little things like popping up and the oh shit, oh fuck moment of trying to get out of here. Metroid loves its escape sequences. Now I keep fucking up on the scan and stuff because of the controls here, but I keep forgetting it's a whole different visor. That is true, he did have Metroid nips, yeah. Yeah, with the help of the little dudes that you could scan to like show you stuff, it seems like getting like much higher item percentages like a good bit easier, like just to do that and go back through, which I would have been fine with doing had the game been a little bit more like interesting, but unfortunately there was like absolutely nothing that kept me, nothing made me want to go back and do it. Even if somebody had been like, oh, there's like a new ending or whatever, I'd be like, oh. Okay. I was like, oh, all right, cool. I'll go look it up because I don't care. Because like, there's nothing really. The only thing that would make that ending a little bit better is if like Samus could save the people, which like, again, and like I know like the cynical aspect of everybody's gonna be like, oh, good, the crazy annoying people are dead. But like that feels shitty too, because it's just like, I mean, yeah, they are annoying, but I'm not gonna be like, oh, I hope the human characters that were with us just die a horrible death. Like, I mean, come on, like. Obviously, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, they're not that bad. Like, also, were the stakes in that particular instance? Is it really just that the teleporter was collapsing? Like, I mean, they've got the rest of that planet to like explore, and like all the other bullshit. They could have looked into some other stuff. Like, if it was literally just this place is like collapse, like the teleporter's collapsing, and no, we'll be stranded. I think Samus feels like they'd be like, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go save these people, and then I guess we'll just figure it out, because, like, it doesn't seem like, especially with all this, like, crazy, like, Leborn psychic power bullshit that they have, like, that feels like they would have been able to figure something out. I don't know. Maybe not. That definitely felt like drama for the sake of drama, where it's just like, yep, this is certainly whatever. See, I didn't think, like, any of them were, like... I think the only reason that Miles probably feels like the most annoying out of all of them is probably also just going to be because he's, like, the very first one you encounter, and then he also is the unfortunate one that will be contacting your ass all the time, being like, green crystals, green crystals, green crystals, green crystals, green crystals, green crystals, and you're like, oh my god, okay. Datura with the tier 3 for 39 months. Thank you, Datura, for being great. You the bomb. We're poking around in Prime 1 because we finished Prime 4, and I'm pretty damn disappointed in it. Like, not enough to be angry, but man, that is certainly a game. How are you doing? Put us up to 3 resubs for the night, which is hot diggity dang. Oh no, Seamus, you go back to baby suit. Yeah, like, and that's what I'm saying though about like the teleporter. Like, if that was the thing that was like the biggest scare, I mean, like, they have access to literally all of the Lemorn's, like, everything. You'd think they would be like, oh, well, let's just deal with this asshole, and then we can, you know, spend the next few weeks trying to figure out how the hell to get out of here, right? Like, I don't know. Like, that ending just feels, like, super forced. Like, they wanted you to be, like, really sad that the people died that most people probably didn't care a ton about, and, like, Samus just fucking leaves, instead of being like, ah, nah, fuck it, I'll just leave and take this asshole out, and then, you know... we'll figure it out together. But apparently that was not... whatever. God, it really does look like a RimWorld planet, doesn't it? Talon 4 or whatever this is. I also feel like... I don't... and I'm not speedrun man or anything like that, but I feel like the amount of skip potential and anything in Prime 4 is like, there felt like there were like almost no moments where I was like, I wonder if I can blank. And I feel like in every Metroid game, I've had at least a couple of those, and I'm not the best at finding those things. That's up to people who are, you know, much better at that. But, yeah, I feel like there's like so little like skip potential or like shenanigans. Because I feel like every time you got on anything, like, you'd slide off so damn fast. Like, there is no going on, like, an edge of anything. There's just nothing. Like, you will immediately fall off. There's even instances where you jump on stuff that seems like you could just jump on it, and the game will just reject your ass. It'll just be like, no, and slide you off at, like, Mach speed to the point where you're never going to be able to do that. I mean, obviously, people have found, you know, skippity-bippities and stuff here and there, but like already, but obviously they don't mean a lot because, you know, oops. It's like there's even like a way to like, you can get like up here, I think, even before you get like the high jump, I'm pretty sure. Do some skippity bippity over there. So how long have we been doing this? We've been here for, and granted we didn't scan every single thing or anything like that, but like we got through that intro section, which I've done before, again, so, like, it's, you know, familiar. But, like, I mean, we're already in, like, the overworld for this. And instead of it being, like, you know, some weird whatever, like, it's like Super Metroid. They throw you basically on a planet, you're like, here you go. Enjoy the whatever the hell you're doing. Like, good luck. And it even just says, like, well, we lost track of the target, basically. We're gonna have to go do, like, ground-based reconnaissance, whatever, and, like, that's it. So... Yeah, I do think there's a way to jump off the ship to get up onto something over there, but I don't remember how to do it. Look at the scan description for literally anything in this game. It's infinitely more interesting than any scan I've seen in 4. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't really have a problem with the scan stuff in 4. Like, yeah, it's not, like, crazy interesting. Some of them are kind of neat. Like, I think the Lemorn are, like, pretty interesting as, like, a race. They're not, like, oh my god, I can't wait to hear more about these guys. But as far as, like, driving the plot forward and stuff, I actually think they're neat. But, like, just so much of the... And again, I ended up, like, not hating the... I didn't hate, like, the, you know... the human people as much as I thought I would. Like, they ended up actually being pretty low on the rung of, like, god, they're driving me crazy as, like, other things. So they really didn't bug me that much in general. After a certain point, you know. Oh, that's a missile door. The scans do take a while, which, you know what the really funny part of that is I 100% thought that the scans were, like, faster for some reason than they were in the older games. And that was literally based off of just, like, the premise in my head of, like, there's no way in hell these would be, like, slower than what we're, you know, already familiar with. Which I think they are about the same. It's like a new scan right there. It seems like it anyway. It's roughly the same length of time.
Recorded to log.
It's less about doing weird skips and more about just being efficient in your map routing. Yeah, and it's one of those things too where it'll probably have like some skippity bippities and stuff like that, but it's not going to be like, well, that depends. I don't know a ton about Prime's like speedrunning scene. I would imagine there's like glitched runs that are probably pretty crazy, but the biggest complaints I have about the GIF squad is just them. It does suck. It sucks they fucking die. And the shitty part about it too is it's like the game constantly is like having them die through like on these like missions. You go like, oh no, they're dead, and it's like, oh, but they're not. And so then when they actually do die, basically you're like, oh, wow, that sucks. Like, that's shit. And it's not like, oh no, these people that I like died. That sucks. Like, it's not that. It's like, wow, assholes. Okay, like y'all just fucking killed them after doing all this shit. Like, you just killed them. Like, what a bunch of dicks. I don't know. I think the Prime 4 lore scans they're slower. I'd have to see them like side by side, but yeah, I mean, I just believe y'all. I have no reason to think anybody's like lying about that. This is already like, again, Prime 4 was like smooth to play, but like you can kind of even just see like what I was talking about earlier, like here. Like, so we went through the overworld, we kind of just poked around. I don't remember exactly where to go, so this isn't like I'm like crazy familiar with this or anything like that. There's parts of this I don't really remember exactly where to go here. So a lot of this is me just kind of run into areas and be like, okay, I need Morph Ball for this, or I need, you know, whatever for this. And, you know, I don't need missiles for that down there, so that's whatever. We got that up there, which is another door we can't take, so. But even though the zones themselves are probably like a little bit smaller and kind of wrap around on themselves a little bit more, like it still feels like these guys are certainly jerks. So hopefully y'all are cool with this, just me like putzing around this, just yapping about it, because we played the Prime 1 remaster. I didn't just buy this, by the way. I picked this up back when it first came out. We didn't finish it because I think something else came out, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess we don't need to finish, like, you know, Prime. I've done that before, so it's definitely not like super high on the priority list, but it's Putzing and yapping are some of my favorite activities. Look at those guys just hanging out by the door. Those jerks are waiting for us to leave. What a bunch of dicks. I still think there is something to be said about the limitation on the fire speed in Prime 4. Like, it doesn't seem super important, but it kind of ends up being that way. Like, I feel like... See, I love how, like, the little light source dudes, that's a direct mechanic from Super Metroid 2, where you've got the boys that light up the area. You know, being able to shoot like really fast feels really good. Do you think it's also because like Prime 1 is like Chozo stuff, and like I think that's like when Metroid's probably at its strongest? I mean, like Dread's neat because of that. Like it's got the Chozo stuff. Like especially when they're kept like a mystery, but like you kind of get like these bits and pieces of them. But like, I mean, I wouldn't say that like, yeah, that's when it's at its strongest, but I'm not trying to say like they can't do something else, because like I said, the Lemorn were neat. Now it is a little confusing as to exactly why there's so many fixtures and stuff in Lemorn technology that involve a ball going into a socket. Whereas like the Chozo, we get like a direct explanation as to like why their technology is like that, because it's like not because of our suit, it's because of like the way a lot of their like mechanical shit worked and all of that stuff. So our suit inherently, because it's a piece of their technology, functions like that. So in the first like what 30 minutes we've gotten like our first upgrade, we've gone through like an area, we've explored a little bit, we've fought a couple little mini bosses that are pretty good. And again, some of this is like familiarity. Like, of course, I've gone through this, you know, so like I know Prime to a degree, but like I haven't played it recently enough that it would be like fresh in my mind. Like most of this has been me running into dead ends and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, I can't go that way, I can't do this. You know what I mean? Like, so it's there's definitely been points where like right there, it's like, okay, Morph Ball, I don't have that yet, so I guess let me go back this way or whatever. I kind of feel bad for like, I can't help but think that like Retro like probably made a few mistakes, but I feel like they got, I think they got Nintendo'd pretty bad, like, because the aspects of the game that, because I'm not gonna say like they're not to blame for like any of it. I mean, they made the damn thing, but like, I do feel like it's to some degree, I don't know, like it just feels like, you know what it kind of feels like? So you know how like you ever like see a movie where like most of the script existed, or maybe it was like kind of in like development hell type situation, and you know they ended up getting like another director to take it, and like they do a pretty good job with it, but like realistically it was like kind of a mess because it changed hands and ideas from like different stuff, and like the vision's not super clear, so it ends up being kind of, I don't want to say like the vision's not super clear, like that sounds like really pretentious, but like just whatever the general idea of like kind of what this film is gonna, which I guess is the vision, but you know, whatever the hell that is, it kind of reminds me of like David Lynch's like Dune and like the Warcraft movie and stuff like that, where it was these like situations where like the development of stuff changed hands, and maybe the original concept of what it was just kind of got lost along the way, and then like the people who picked it up like did a pretty good job with it, but like it's still really weird and, you know, disjointed and strange. Like there's definitely movies like that. I think that there's games like that too that I kind of think fit that bill, but where it's just like this weird kind of like, we picked this up like halfway through, these were the concepts that like they said we had to do, but we had like our own ideas of what to do with like Prime 4, but they didn't let us do it, or you know, whatever. So I don't know, it's strange. So, like, this is a good example of, like, Prime 1 versus, like, Prime 4. So you see, like, this tree here? Like, this is obviously not, like, 100% terrain that they would want you to be on. Like, you can kind of see, like, where you're supposed to go here. In 4, if you get on anything like that, I mean, like, anything, whether it's, like, a little tree root or, like, a pipe, or it could literally be a thing that was, like, a morph ball, like, cannon deal. As a matter of fact, there's a particular morph ball cannon in the Iceland or whatever. No, Hotville. I can't remember the names of the places, which that's probably not good. There's one in like Hotville that I know that we got on, and it was so weird because we got on top of it after shooting out of it, like, you know, doing like a morph ball puzzle with it. And you just get on it and you slide off like it's made of ice, and you're like, what the fuck? I can't like stand on this? Like, what is this? It's one of those things where it just absolutely rejects you from being on anything that like you're not supposed to be on specifically, which is really, really weird. I feel like shooting, see what I'm talking about, like shooting fast here, how good that feels? Well, I mean, of course it feels good to me, but like, y'all, maybe you get a little bit of the thump, but like just changing targets and just dumping into them, like that, it feels really good. And yeah, you can shoot a little bit slower, it's not gonna like completely change everything, but like being able to fire as fast as you want definitely feels really good. And this guy's like a pretty straightforward like boss, and he's teaching you like, they're teaching you to dash, they're teaching you to, but this is the trouble with sequels, right? Like they have to do this thing, and it's kind of like the Pokemon problem where we talk about like, you know, having to like reteach people how Pokemon works every single time because there's a potential that there's like a new person playing it. Which is fair. Like, you should always plan for things to be seen by new people. Like, even this stream, we should probably do more things that would invite, like, new people in. You know, but, like, you know, you look at that, and it's like, part of that, it just sucks, where you have to, like, especially with the sequel, like, you have to, like, kind of reiterate on the things that people probably, like, already knew. You know, whatever. And, that sucks. That was cool. It's just like, oh, they're little simple light sources. And this is like a bomb socket right here, right? Because it's sandstone, so we know sandstone's gonna end up being... God, the music is so good. And we haven't gone like out of our way to get like any like secrety secrets or do any skippity bippities or anything like that, but there are definitely some shenanigans you can pull in Prime 1 to skip through stuff. And I'm sure they're going to find stuff in Prime 4. The question is, are they going to matter? Because if the event flags in the game have to be hit for anything to work, then that's going to completely defeat the purpose of that, you know? I love how the music like kind of wakes up with you here too, similar to how it does in like Super Metroid. Like I think that's like a lot of fun. Do you need me to like purge that boulder, or are you good? Doesn't seem like there's anything incriminating in it, so. You just mussing? Are you a mussy? Is that what you are? Just a big old mussy? Keeping my PC dust free. I dust my computer once every like maybe 3 or 4 months at this point. Maybe longer. So this is the kind of thing I was talking about. Like, I love like these screens here. But I think the only one that's really done the whole like, you know, unequip your stuff whenever you want. That's actually really funny that Super Metroid even did that in the first place. Like, the more I think about that, that's kind of crazy that they even allowed you to, like, unequip your items in that. And I've wondered before if the main reason for that is... I think the reason that exists at all is because of, like, the plasma beam and stuff. I don't think that would exist otherwise. I think the fact that you need to switch your beam stuff periodically for different enemy types is the only reason that exists in the first place. Like, that entire system. It's space PPs. That's a really good moment there. Like, that's fantastic. Like, you come across these, like, space pirates, and they're doing something fucking weird here. They're fucking around with this phasm, whatever it is. And you see them, they run off, and because this is an open area, you see, like, these grapple points and stuff, and you're like, oh, well, I don't know what I'm gonna... But the cool part is, like, while we did lose the grapple beam, we know that the grapple beam exists, so we see these, like, grapple nodes, and you can see that, and you're like, oh, okay, well, we can come back here later. So, you know, it's a good example of, like, an enemy that you'll face later that you fight a little bit, but they don't stick around long enough to completely beat your ass, because they probably would. Like, you know, the space pirates are no joke, so, you know, with your current loadout, you're probably not going to do very well against them, you know, if you fought them directly, so that's really well set up. I don't know if, like, maybe it is, like, this was just, like, Prime 1's just, like, lightning in a bottle type situation, and it's just hard for them to... It was always going to be hard for them to get that again, kind of thing, but... I'm trying to remember how to do that skip to get up there without the high jump. I know it's doable, but I don't remember how you do it. I think it's like, it involves, like, what, like, sliding, like, off the ship in a certain way or some shit. Or maybe, like, the morph ball or something, because I'd actually be curious to go through, like, a lot of Prime 1 with, like, doing some of the skips and stuff. But then again, that's not really the point of why I'm doing this in the first place. This is, like, to take a look at just things. Okay, so we got our morph ball, and we got our we got the missiles. So question is, what can do next? Naturally, we can't do anything over there, but there might be, maybe we can get to that room over there, since we have the orifice. The orifice infiltrator. I think it was, like, up slightly. Then again, like, some of the skippy stuff too is also, like, kind of why I'm doing this too. Is like, I mean, that's part of the game that, you know, exists that you can do. I feel like that's gonna be really hard in Prime 4. So, okay, so we can't get up there. I think we need to go back to. We need to go back to whatchamacallit. We went there and got our little missile upgrade, which is nice. I also love that this is basically the Super Metroid, like, map. I think that's really cool. That they just decided to do, like, a 3D version of that. Is anybody in chat whose favorite is like Prime 2 and Prime 3? Or would everybody say of the original 3 that, like, Prime 1's probably their favorite? I don't know if the rooms had names, actually. I don't know if I even checked. I feel like they did. But maybe not. They did? Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess none of them were inherently interesting enough for me to remember, but yeah, I suppose so. Apparently they did. That's neat. I do like your ability to kind of scoot past a lot of enemies here too, which there were a few parts of Prime 4 as well that you could, like, kind of just skip on past stuff. Yeah, and that's cool that you can even do that. That's why I said that, like, I have a lot of appreciation for, like, Dread allowing that, and, like, Zero Mission allowing that, and all that stuff. Because, like, I mean, just having the player be able to do something like that means that inherently they're gonna break something. So it's a bold move, because I mean, like, you could you could easily fuck up and design something a certain way that, like, if your player does that it just breaks the flow of stuff to the point where, like, you're like, well, shit, they just got soft locked, which is a big issue. I mean, like, naturally nobody's gonna want that to fuck, especially like Nintendo. They're not gonna want that to happen. Like, that is like such a problem. Like, you would definitely not want some kid just being like, oh, I'm stuck and I can't get out of this. So. Oh yeah, I know there are like P2 like mega fans and stuff. That's why I'm asking if anybody here is, because, like, I don't know if I've ever known anybody to be like personally known anybody to be like, dude, I absolutely love, like, Prime 2 or Prime 3, like, live and die by that shit, compared to, like, Prime 1. You've never played a Metroid game? Do they just not interest you? Like, the gameplay stuff? Just, like, never your thing? That makes sense. So far, like, even, like, just kind of like poking around and, like, exploring in this feels like it's just kind of different feeling to it. Hit different, as the children say. So we found another grapple point. So there's two instances that we've kind of run into a brick wall here, where it's like, okay, you're gonna need, like, grapple, or in the instance of the super hot area, it's like, okay, we're gonna need the Varia suit back. And they even tell you right as you go into the door, it's like, oh, extreme temperatures detected. So you're like, oh, okay, well, be careful there. Can't get into that hole over there. So I guess that goes back to the landing site. So I suppose we will go take the elevator to Chozo Ruins again. Because we took our little side path there, but yeah, it does feel like it's like linear. Like Prime 4 is like linear in like a, not in like a story sense, more so like the levels do actually feel like they're just kind of straight shots through it. Which, again, I mean, Fusion is kind of like that too. So, like, that's not necessarily like a bad thing when like a Metroid game ends up feeling a little bit more linear, because like Fusion works. Like, you know, and it's kind of send you on a mission in a direction, and there you go, which is fine, and it works. Like, it's not like some horrible thing. Like, there's definitely like branching paths and stuff in Fusion, but yeah, there's a lot of kind of just go in that direction situations. So I like how I got the stuff to explore this area and then I just left. Like, that was my solution. I was like, cool, I'll see you later. Grand. Which I know there's that one orifice that's over there, which we need more. Oh, yeah, there was the area that we needed more fall for, specifically over here, that I totally just walked away from. Just normal things. This actually feels a little dark. I don't know if that's because I'm just playing it on the OLED or what. I don't think I've ever heard the narration. Huh. That's gonna be interesting. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is linear too, but like, I guess in some ways it, like, there have been like there's been a, I think it's the way that like the branching paths like work, because I think they exist in something like Prime 4, but they're not like inherently as interesting, or they're like harder to get to, or like super far away from each other to the point where like you don't even really notice it. I love the warning. The warning thing is so cool too, like because the environment hazard is another thing with this too, where I feel like the environment does play like a key role, because you have your little meter over there that like tells you walking into like a super hot area, or there's like acid nearby, or like whatever, like stage hazards. Since we're in, you know, Poisonville over here. Poisonlandia. I don't think I can make that. Nope. Just gonna get Blighttown sizzled. I do love that it says damage, like you don't fucking know. You're like, oh, thank you. I didn't know what the hissing ouchies. I didn't know where that was coming from. Thank you for letting me know. now I know, and you know, knowing to have the battle. Not like the little steam things like fogging up. It's like they really, like they had the visor, and instead of the visor just being like strictly just the way that you view the world, like having these like little mechanics that kind of interact with it, like the fog, you know, fogging it up, and the danger indicators and stuff like that. Like it really did feel like they wanted to truly make like a heads up display, like proper, like it wasn't just like simply a, I mean it is, it's just a gameplay mechanic, but at the same time it's, I don't know, there's like something neat about making it like really functioning and interacting with like the environment a lot. Rather than it strictly just being like a gameplay device that you're kind of feeding to the player just to show information in the game like space itself. It feels like an actual like helmet that has like a heads up display, which is cool. It's Miyazaki's famous Poison Swamp. Oh my god, I love that one. It's the best. So I do think that these scan puzzles do kind of blow. These were never really my favorite. They're not like they're not one of those things that's like it's, oh my god, this is like terrible, like I hate it, but they're just not like crazy interesting to me. Not bad. Definitely, but yeah, not one of the things that I'm like, oh hell yeah, can't wait to scan these things. But they mainly only kind of feel like crap when you like can't find whatever the last one is. Then it sucks. But I think it's to kind of get you, thanks. I think it's to get you like using the scan a little bit more frequently too, because it is important. So instead of like having you go around to shoot them, which maybe they probably could have done, I think having you scan it is probably smarter, because it teaches you to like actually use the scan and use it for like information, remind you that it exists. Which at least the core mechanic in this is the scan and like some other stuff, and not Jesus Christ, what? I like how its hitbox was still active and knocked me off. What a jerk. Saw someone say you don't see your face reflect on the visor in Prime 4. Oh, yeah, you totally do. It happens several times. It happens in the menu. It happens when you crash, like, into stuff physically. Yeah, that happens a bunch, actually. That's nuts. That somebody being, that's just somebody just being dumb as hell. Like, that absolutely happens several times. It's very obvious when it does, too. That's been kind of like a staple of the series, too. Yeehaw! Give me damn bombs or whatever we're getting. Oh no, I think that's a charge shot. Get bombs here in a minute. This like remaster though is also like, this does Prime some favors, because it definitely, it's no joke. Like this is a really good remaster. And the funny thing about it is it basically came out of nowhere. Like, I don't even remember if like they announced this like directly, or if it was just like one of those things that it just like happened. Oh, so it does do the that charge thing. That did happen in the original. I just blanked out completely. That was not something I remembered. so you can't just like charge from idle. So yeah, that's been in the game. So I was completely wrong about that. I thought that was like a weird like new addition. But that has been wrong. This is why it's good to go and do stuff like this sometimes, because it's, you know, maybe there's something that you thought was like new or whatever, and it wasn't. It's just something that's been there the whole time and you didn't remember. Oh, you think that was added in the remaster? Oh, I'll walk back everything I just said until there's hard proof. Until we have proof. The placement of like the little like health replenishment and stuff like that is also pretty good so far in this, because there's definitely a couple spots that have the, you know, like little small bugs and stuff like that you can like shoot to get the get like your health refills and stuff like that. And you can sit there and kind of farm them out and go in and out of the area and do that, which is nice. There's been a couple tunnels that do that so far. You get to shoot once in the OG, but it didn't do it. Yeah, I do wonder. Somebody would have to look up like some gameplay footage of the original Prime and check, because I don't remember exactly how the charge thing worked. I remember being able to charge off of just like one shot, but I mean I'm old, so it seems very possible that that's like not how it works. I've just got old man brain. Nope. That little bit of forward momentum on the morph ball. That's pretty funny. Broke my ass off. It is crazy how good some of the animations are in Prime 4 too, but again, that was never, ever the problem I had. Like, I thought all those were really good. Especially like some of the subtle like hand movement in with like some of the psychic abilities and whatnot were really neat. I don't know if you can destroy those dudes with missiles. I don't think you can. Like, I love little like emergency sound thing. Oh, it's the ball man. That's such a fun enemy too. Because he just eats your ass. He's like, where you think you're going, bitch? It was one shot to a charge? Oh, okay, so it was different. That is interesting. This is interesting too, because it's like, you get this whole thing going on here. You got like the warning going off with the... Yeah, that's right, piss off those guys. Which they have a different scan entry, I believe. Not that we care, because we're not worried about that. I like that the fire also doesn't do like a ridiculous amount of damage here either. Like it's pretty reasonable. Like it's not just like chunking the hell out of you. Got them, gamers. They're all dead. They've been incinerated. I love that that stupid thing just blows up. Like, that is so funny. What? It just detonates. That's pretty good. You can do some pretty, these get your powers back pretty quick here, man. So we've got Morph Ball already. We have missiles. We have Charge Beam. We got all kinds of junk. This was definitely an instance, though, that they were obviously not brave enough to, not brave enough to give you infinite bombs here. They're like, you get 3. That's what you get. You're not getting any more. They're like, we've seen what you do. Like, who could have bad for those dudes? They just try to eat you. They're just trying to live. And then you literally detonate. You're like, oh, wow, that sucks. They're like, you know, we were trying to just live, try to get a little snack, but I guess snack killed us. The snack done killed me. Yeah, I felt pretty bad for that prime boss that we just like obliterated with power bombs. That felt pretty terrible. Bitter Man, without spoiling, how's Metroid Prime 4 Bungo Bike Edition? Well, there's not much for me to spoil. It is a game. Game that I'm very, very conflicted on. Because it's like really good in some spots, and then in some parts it's really bad. Like really bad. Like shockingly bad that you're just like, I can't even believe this came out in 2025. Kind of bad. How y'all feel about timed puzzles? No, it is not remotely close to $70. No, had I not streamed it and like, you know, hopefully provided some entertainment while doing it and like, to be honest, made some money while doing it, like, I mean, I would be thoroughly pissed that I spent $70 on it. I would walk away from that and be like, man, I wasted some money. I'd be like, ugh. Like, there's not a lot of games that I would look at and be like, I probably should have just watched a playthrough of that. But, like, yeah, Prime 4 is definitely up there as far as I should have just watched a fucking playthrough. Because, yeah, not a... That's neat, too, that it says, like, unable to access, like, magnetic rail system. And you can do, like, a little bit of bomb bumps, but, I mean, not enough to, I think, get into that early. But again, that's not the point of what we're doing here. I'm not doing, like, get into stuff early. I'm trying to just kind of poke around and see... Just kind of see how the first, like, little bit of this feels. We got an E-Tank there. That's cool. That's... that we're up to... I feel like we spent the majority of Prime 4 having, like, 3 or 4 E-Tanks, too, which is weird, because, like, I didn't feel like we really had a lot of options to get more until we had at least most of the beams, but I know that that's not true. I know there's, like, more in there. It just felt like maybe it wasn't... didn't have that many options. Yeah, there will never be a sale on that, for sure. I'm pretty sure Breath of the Wild is still, like, $60, right? That's crazy. That's like actually insane. Game came out in 2017. Maybe it finally did go on sale or something. Oh, I guess I can go back through that orifice over there and go in a different direction if I wanted to. There's also that bit back over there that I think we could get through now, but yeah, I think I can get through here and... Oh, never mind. I think that's taking the other... No, that's... You should be able to get somewhere else over here. Maybe that was like a result of like this right here. Like you can only get into this room. Yeah, I don't think there's a way like out of here. Yeah, it's like its own little side thing. They really did do a wonderful job adapting this to like a widescreen format too, from the original. Yeah, morph ball transitions feel a little bit longer. The animation's like a little bit jankier, which of course makes sense. This was 2002? 2003? 2001, maybe? Long time ago is what I'm getting at. I guess sometimes the morph ball stuff is a little bit like faster. Just depends on like where the camera's at for it. Okay, we got orifice down there, which we might be able to get into. We can try that really quick. I think we need to go down here anyway. Oh yeah, this was just a missile door. Hey, Broom, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, I think the way to sum it up would definitely be old part good, new part bad. That is pretty much there. Okay, there's that tubuloid over there. That area is all the way up the top. Sounds like we're gonna do anything with that. I guess I could try to go get into there in Watery Hall. That's probably just like a fuck it, let's do it. Why not? Let's go see what do. Sorry if I'm a little quiet. I'm still like processing Prime 4 as a whole because what an interesting experience. What an interesting experience after just so long, like such a long period of time. It's a neat thing to come back and check for here. What was up with Prime 4 calling so many things like nearly indestructible, dude? Like there were so many like bits and pieces that were like, it is basically indestructible, except for the things that can destructible it. Like there were so many of those, it felt like. It's like, this can basically never be destroyed, except for that one thing that can definitely destroy it. 100%. Also, what was up with the sandworm dudes? Like, what? Why'd they even exist? They were nice, and they were literally, they ran away from you. Like, they specifically pointed that out in the scan entry, that it's like, they're afraid of you, they're running away, they're terrified. And then we get to him, and it's like, kill him. The Gorgotron's in love. Shoot it in the head. All because it ate a mech part. Yeah, Samus sure was psychic, yeah. They sure were. Alright, cool. We've gotten a decent chunk of that. There's that over there, but we can't get to that stuff yet, so I guess we'll go back to over here. We can go through all that junk. I will say the radar in this feels kind of pointless. Like, it doesn't really feel like it's super necessary, other than like maybe I could see like the space pirate ship being like kind of useful with it. Whereas it felt pretty useful in a pretty useful in Prime 4, just because I think things moved pretty quickly sometimes. So that was certainly helpful. I remember the last time we did this, I had to like go back and forth a couple times because I kept missing where all the runic symbols were. I think I missed another one down there actually. We're about to find out.
No.
That's so weird. It like doesn't count you as like being in the morph ball yet. So it just squinches you out. I'm like, thanks. We got that one. I think we're good to keep heading up. I think the next ones that we need are up here because we've gotten several of them already. That's cool. I guess you do have to do missiles though. Always weird like what charge shot works on, because charge shot kind of like a stand-in for missiles like sometimes, and sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it do, sometimes it don't. That's kind of across like all the games in general, so. Okay, cool, that was the last one. Nice. I unlocked the frog skin? Yep, I sure did. I love that you open this door and it's just... That makes like no sense. It's like a morph ball hole, but on top of that, it's a morph ball hole that is blocked, and you're like, okay, that's interesting. All right. Sure, yeah. Well, that's an ominous circular room we're looking at. Wow, it's crazy how similar the first boss of Prime 4 was to this. It was basically this thing, but fused with Metroid. Well, I mean, he's got like the weird like mantis thing going on, I guess. Lagra. This mutant plant is the source of the toxic water in the ruins. Growth cycle's been radically accelerated. It requires near exposure to the solar energy to remain active. Oh, okay. Get your solar energy. Get you some solar energy. The orifice is open. What is like the speed strat is for this? Or what if there's just like, you just do this normally? It kind of feels like this is just like an execution thing where you just do it regular. Pretty creepy too with its like gross ass. Hold up, man. It's like gross ass like skull face. Oh, but it knocks it back down. That's really funny. It's like, no, not yet. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know you could actually shoot those like when you're like away from it. There's a clip that you can jump into the bomb socket from outside without making the vines retract. Oh, neat. Jump into the bomb socket from outside. Yeah, Prime speedrunning is not something I'm like super familiar with. That might be something I'm gonna look into at some point and see some of the craziness. I love how it like knocks it back over. That's so funny. Just like, yeah. No sizzling. I think you gotta do like enough damage to it to like piss it off and knock it over for a minute. It does seem a little bit easier in general with like the physical like aiming that you can do with like the remaster. Since it's more like a Prime 3 kind of situation or whatever. Imagine this thing going through all the trouble and you're just like, oopsie poopsie, I clipped into your bomb socket and blew it up. It also feels like Prime 4's bosses are definitely more like... They're more like just kind of big health bars, like, and kind of like less on the mechanic front. Which is not a problem, like that's actually like whatever. But I do feel like you kind of can ignore the mechanics to an extent. Which is probably okay. I don't think that's like the end of the world. I don't know what frog gun is. I don't even know. I'm not sure what that joke is. I don't understand. I don't understand. Now I'm curious what this like jump is to flip in there. I'll have to look at that. Yeah, it kind of does, I think, feel okay. That's the point. What, that I don't get the joke? Yes, it explodes. Yeah, this first area feels really good to go through. Like, it feels like the progress is nice and brisk, and like, even if you're plunking around a little bit more than we've been doing. Oh, hell yeah, we got the screw attack. So you pretty much regain, yeah, you get literal holy Jesus. You regain most of the powers that you had on the ship, or in the tutorial, pretty quickly. I mean, like within like a couple, maybe an hour or two. Because the only thing you're really missing at this point is what, like the grapple and whatever. Like how they immediately put you, like they put you in water here because they're like, hey, check it out, the water's not poisonous anymore. But specifically, it's really funny because you get like the various suits, and they're like, hey, do you want to go in some water, which the various suit does absolutely nothing for? But like, yeah, buddy, I sure do. They give you like a way to get back up here once you get the Spamba ball, which is cool. That goes down to Magmore Caverns, but we have like a little optional area over here, it looks like. It really is kind of amazing, like, how well this is, like, put together, because I feel like there's a decent chunk of finesse with this so far it's just very well assembled in general. This is kind of fun. Like, I don't know if you're actually supposed to bomb jump that, or if you could. I think you can. I just don't remember exactly how you need to do this. Or you can jump and then actually more fall into it too, I guess. There we go. And that one, that might be like something that maybe they expect you to have like the jumpy boy for, but like you can do it with like regular bombs. But I'm pretty sure it's there to kind of show you that that's a really good reward, honestly, for that, like doing the little bomb jump thing and getting in there and getting missiles and an E-tank from it. That feels pretty good. Definitely does not feel like a crappy reward for doing that. So we have as many E-tanks just for doing some like light exploration in here as we did in Prime 4, like halfway through the game, which was really strange because I didn't think we were slacking on, you know, getting stuff, but I guess I was. I guess I did have a hard time like doing that. There's another missile expansion over there, and this is all stuff you can grab with the high jump once we get over here, I think. Unless you go through this over here, which I guess that would also be a way to do that, but I don't know if you're supposed to go do that, or if there's a way to do that now, or what. That's some missiles from doing ramp ball over there. Good old ramp ball. Yeah, I kind of hate that we finished 4 as quick as we did, because I kind of expected that to. I expected that to maybe take like another like maybe hour or two, but that's okay. I'm enjoying kind of poking around in Prime 1. I don't really remember where we got to when we tried to do this last time. I think we got to like maybe the Space Pirates shit, or maybe like Fendrana. Because I don't think we took. It might just be like a spider ball thing, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I know it's just straight up an area that we didn't go to, I don't think. I just think we didn't go to it. We can't do anything here because we don't have the grapplies, and we can survive the hot, but we can't do anything else. At least I don't think so. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing a run of Prime 4 where like I kind of focus on like doing well-known like sequence breaks and stuff like that, because that's something I've never done with this. Definitely done it with Super Metroid, that's for sure, but never did that with Prime. Aren't these related to like the Chozo things later? And I think you can kind of skip some of them by doing them like early. Well, I wouldn't say skip them, but like get a lot of those done early on if you're not keen on backtracking like crazy to try to get all of them. So it's like a lot of like out of bounds shit. That makes sense. I couldn't even. I remember we did it once, but I can't remember how to do the. I can't remember how to do the one jump and the one jump at the beginning that you get out of like. See, like this right here, like the fact that you can even get up here, like in 4 we would have instantly just like slid off like right away, like just fallen right off the trail. Like there's so few instances where you could even like land on geometry or anything. It felt like every time I got on anything, it would just like just fall right off. So this right here is this is why I kept saying like where it says like foreign technology present or whatever. Prime does this. It's done the same thing throughout, and it did it in 4 too. It just did it in a different way with like Mackenzie and all that stuff. Whereas here, what it's doing is saying like, oh, there's foreign technology detected, or, you know, whatever, and it'll point us in a direction, and it'll be like, good luck getting there, idiot. It's like, we'll do this, and there you go. The narration is interesting too, because like I guess that wasn't present in the original US release. And I wonder why. Alright, Soki, I hope you have a better day. It's good to see you. I always thought the sound of this was really interesting, because you know what it sounds like? It sounds like a camera lens, like zooming in and out, which I think is fun. Got a good sound to it. Because I don't think you take the... Wait, where am I going? So we can go to like the areas that were too hot dinner before with like the Bagmore stuff. Go through some of that, which I think Fendrana's like through that here. Yeah, I want to actually look that up really quick though. Oh, apparently in the remake or the remaster, they patched the scan dash that you would use normally to get off the ship over here. Because I guess what you would normally do is like lock onto something and then like skip through it. Yeah, I don't know. I was just looking that up actually, because yeah, I guess they patched that at some point. I think they apparently patched it for the Prime trilogy, but from what I was reading, apparently it's like still technically doable, but it's like almost frame perfect to do it though. Which is like, I'm not willing to sit here and try that. That is not worth my time. So that was the area that went to Frigate Crash Site. Then we can go to just the regular landing site over here, which I think you can, I don't know if we can actually get up there yet. That part in particular. I thought we did it in the remaster, but I guess I didn't. I swear when we picked this back up, I did it. Maybe not. I will say that like Talon 4's overworld is definitely like less, even initially, definitely less creepy than like Super Metroids. That one definitely kicks off pretty creepy. It's like, oh, everything's dead. Oh wait, it's all alive. All right, because this takes you to the big Chozo room, deposit all your brains or whatever. All right, so where were those? I think we got a little bit of the Magmore Cavern stuff. Yeah, it's like over here. It's the transport Fendrana Drift. Oh yeah, it was in that little. Yeah, that was in the. God, map is kind of weird in those two, just because like things aren't like directly over what you might think they are. As you go back towards like the boss room and stuff, I think we were supposed to just take that elevator down. This one. Yeah. Yep, that was where we were supposed to go, and I didn't. Yeah, it is. It does have like a hopeful, fun, adventure-y feel to it. And then like, but this game still does have like its creepy parts. Like I said, I think the space pirate like crash frigate or whatever the hell it is that you end up at. That shit is fantastic. Like that's such a good spooky like place to go to. Music's creepy. The Metroid shit's creepy. Like everything about it's really good. You know, one of my favorite enemies is throughout the entire series is probably the mock droids, because I think that the name of them is first off really funny, especially for like an early like a like a 90s like translation team. Like that's the mock droids are really good. It's a really funny name for them, while also being exactly what they are pretty much. So they're fake ass Metroids. So, by the point of Prime, when did... Fusion came out, like, slightly before Prime, right? So, up until this point, realistically, we had 2 Metroid games that were good. Which is... kind of insane when you think about it. Like, realistically, the first Metroid is not very good. Metroid Returns is also not great. Like, Metroid 3, pretty much, with Super Metroid's, like, the only one at that point, I think that was, like, really good. And then... I guess you also had, like, Fusion, because that had just come out, I think, like, a couple months before this. Or it was, like, slightly after this. I don't really remember which it was. I'd have to look it up. And I don't know, like, how that looked in Japan, either. It might have been, like, earlier or something. Yeah, mock droids only have one little node in them. They're just, like, shitty... fake-ass Metroid. Yeah, we have the morph ball here now, so we can actually do this. Oh, or not, because I guess we have to do that, but you can get in over here. This is, like, fun, too, right here, like, having to go in here on this side and blast that crate, and that's neat. I don't know if the mock droids have been in any other game, though. I guess they were, like, exclusive to Zebus, so... Excuse me, Zeebs. I don't think I didn't hear Zeebs until, like... This was it was probably, like, 10 years ago, I think, that I heard Zeebs for the first time, and I, like, almost screamed. And so it's like, fucking, excuse me, what? I mean, it makes sense. Like, it's not, like, wrong in the sense of, like, it just sounds terrible. Like, fucking Zeebs. It's like, I mean, yeah, technically, no, I can see how it's Zeebs, but man, that sounds fucking terrible. What was the word the other night that had, like, the worst mouthfeel ever? Can't remember what it was. For what it's worth, I'm friends with a guy whose handle is Beebs. That's pronounced the long Beebs. Well, I mean, but that one's also... Is it... That kind of makes sense, though, because it's B-E-E-B-E-S. So, like, I would definitely see that as, like, Beebs. But... So, like, if Zebus was Z-E-E-B-E-S, I'd be like, yeah, I could totally see Zeebs being, like, more of a thing. I think it's funny because it's, like... It still makes sense. Like, Zebus being... Like, I get it. It just hurt. It just hurt really bad to say. It hurt my brain when I saw Zeebs. I was like, don't you do this to me. Don't do this to me. It hurts. forgot Zebus was only one first E. Yeah, that's like Beebs makes sense because I can totally see that because like I think B and then B as just being like Beebs or Beebus. But yeah, I like if I saw that I would definitely say Beebs probably before I would say Beebus. So like this area right here, this is like very reminiscent of like a, you know, kind of noticing like the vertical nature of some of this too, like because this is very reminiscent of like a one of those vertical spaces in Super Metroid, you know, where it's normally got the filet-o-fish or whatever the hell they're called, like floating around. You know who I'm talking about. The guys you can normally freeze. So it's got those boys scooting back and forth, and you can use them to like climb up. The Beeb is what we call the BBC in England sometimes. Yeah, I'm just gonna call them the filet-o-fish. Just make sure no one has any fucking clue what I'm talking about. And yet someone will know what I'm talking about. Despite calling them the filet-o-fish. I can't remember their name either, hence why I'm calling them filet-o-fish. Is it Rippers? What a stupid name. Like, what about them is, what do they rip? They just suck. They don't even do anything. They just sit there. It feels pretty good to just dump on those dudes. Like, that's like really fun. They're sitting there, they're making the soundtrack. They're like, did somebody have the MIDI data for Norfair? They're like, mm-hmm. They're like, oh, okay, can you just send me that? I'm just gonna steal it. I'm just gonna take it. Excuse me, I would like to... You can't even make like the meme about like, yeah, can I copy your homework? Yeah, just change it a little bit. Like, you can't even do that here. This is just Norfair's theme. They were just like, you know what, just take it, whatever. Fuck it. These guys are really funny too. I love the idea of them just being like, no. They're like, be gone. Their sole existence is to remove balls from under a grating, which like, what an interesting life they have. They take their job seriously. See, look at these little like nodes you can jump up on over here. That's so interesting. Like, I just feel like that this didn't exist in Prime 4 like at all. Like, everything was like in its own way. That's good that like things would be like defined and clear, but it is kind of weird that you couldn't just like get up onto stuff. Like even right here, I think you could probably like bomb jump this. I would imagine. Maybe. I don't know. You'd have to get like pretty. You'd have to get it pretty dead on there. You're probably gonna get killed. Oh wow, that's actually an interesting effect. I never noticed that. So you like slightly roll off here. Could literally just go like the high jump is like super soon, so could just do that too. But this is weird. Okay, maybe this isn't worth it. Considering you could just get up onto that platform and just roll down into it. So Yeah, it definitely seems like that's probably not worth doing. Yeah, Samus falling into the goop is pretty funny in that, though. It's like, ah, the goop. You could have trick jump space boots at the beginning of the game. Are you talking about what I was talking about a minute ago with the dash skip thing or whatever? Talking about that, that apparently was patched in the remaster, which I thought that we did that when we played it, like recently when this like came out or whatever, but maybe we didn't. Yeah, because I think the rebound, like some of that stuff is like based off like the trilogy edition, and apparently the trilogy edition made some efforts to remove that. Apparently it wasn't completely successful, like you could still do it, it's just a huge pain in the ass. Oh, that's really cool, you just can't even... Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks, actually. I don't even think I tried. I feel like I just was like, yeah, it's probably not gonna work. It really felt like they didn't want you doing like any of that shit. Those dudes who are anti-ball, they'll just throw your ass out in the lava. That's pretty fucked up. Didn't ask for those. Yeah, like some of these, look at how interesting this like morph ball puzzle is here, because it's like the whole puzzle is literally just stay on the platform and don't fall off. Even that on its own is like kind of tough to do. I mean, question is, can we keep going in that direction, or do we need to go? Technically, I think we're supposed to go to the other elevator, but that's okay. I think we can fudge around with this over here, see if we can get somewhere else. That is true, I guess, because you do get the jump, like, just, you get it, like, really early, I think. You might be able to do it, like, immediately. I honestly paid so little attention, I think, at the beginning of the game that I don't even remember if you got that immediately or not. Oh, it just comes with the bombs. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Ben, I hear you. I know it's you. You were the most annoying little creature, but you're so sweet. You're just crazy as hell. He's an absolute goblin. Actually, that might be Kale. The scratch pattern sounds like Kale. Let's see if it is. Nope, it's Finn. It's the Finn. It was definitely him. I love the thing that just says any beam. It's like, yeah, whatever, you idiot. Just do whatever the hell you want. Whatever, moron. This is not where we're supposed to be, but... Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Prime 1 definitely has a much better feel to it than Prime 4. Even in like this very short window that we've been playing it, I've had like infinitely more fun just doing this. Again, it's not like Prime 4 is like dog shit or anything like that. It's just really weird. Like it's a strange game. Definitely does not feel worth the pretty sizable wait time for it, that's for sure. Which one's the any beam? I don't have that one. I do feel like I was way more apt to use missiles in like Prime 4. Maybe they just don't feel that great in Prime 1. In Prime 1, they feel kind of like just a way to do, like, maybe... They don't really actually feel like a way to do extra damage in some cases, probably because the beam shots are uncapped. So they don't really feel like a better way to do damage. They feel like more of a mechanical thing that you would do to hit something that doesn't have... that is, like, impervious to the beam shot stuff. So... Kinda how they be feeling. If we ever even get to learn anything about the development history of it, because I mean, like, with Nintendo, it's really hard sometimes, because, like, there may never be really many interviews about, like, what it was, or... Unless there's some kind of, like, leak or whatever that happens, you know? Yeah, I feel like it'd be probably pretty hard to figure out exactly what happened with Prime 4. I think it'd be fascinating to see, like, what the game looked like before it changed, I guess. So I think we got, like... Did we ever even get, like, any screenshots or anything like that of the... Because I remember there was the announced trailer, but the announced trailer was literally just Metroid Prime 4 in big letters. Which was exciting on its own, because it was like, hell yeah, that's cool, awesome. Pumped. But I know Metroid's not like their big, like, smash hit seller game anyway, so like I do kind of wonder like if we'll even see another Prime game after 4. Like with how long the dev time was on that, I don't even know if they'll see it like worth. I'm sure Dread was worth it, because like it was probably in development for extremely short amount of time comparatively, and like it was also pretty well received, and I'd imagine it made money. Whereas Prime 4 was probably a massive money hole for the longest time, and then on top of that, it is obviously... I don't think it's going to get, like, super... reviewed super well. I can't imagine it would. I think the reviews of it would probably be, like, directly proportionate to, like, how much time was probably spent in it. Because I feel like Prime 4 gets more disappointing as it goes on. Whereas, like, early on, it's actually still pretty good. Because, like, it's mostly just Prime at that point. I think this is the Fendrana elevator that we were working towards. They put you... They let you get through, like, a bit of Magmore and... Like, a bit of Magmore and go to Fendrana Drifts pretty early, like... And that's kind of a nice way to, like, show off, like, Magmore. Like, you get to, like, kind of explore it, but there's not really a ton there yet that you can do. Maybe a little bit more, like, once you get, like, grapple beams and stuff like that. And then Fendrana is kind of the same, where I feel like you get here and... It's really cool, and... Has the same Metacritic as other M. I normally don't care about review scores specifically, but man, that is that's interesting. There was also no snowy area in Super Metroid, so this is kind of unique to... This is part of, like, Prime's unique thing here, is because they have a snow area, which is not present. God, that's crazy about being the same Metacritic as other M. That's nuts. Look at these boys. The homies. No. Yeah, you can do all that platforming up there. I wonder if you can actually bomb jump, like... Do all that. I wonder if it's, like, low enough that you can bomb jump off this, like, ledge to get up there. Might be able to. Probably not quite enough height. But also have to, like, you know, do it right. Oh, man. Maybe if you, like, unmorph? I don't know. That's like real close. We need like a smidge more height. Oh, that's definitely not gonna be enough. It feels like it, but I don't. Yeah, I think you'd have to like. It's also like mostly useless because I mean, like you could literally just get, you can just get up there if you just go around. But that's fun to do stupid shit like this sometimes. I can't even get the fucking timing on it. God. Yeah, that seems like it might be doable, but like I said, it doesn't really matter anyway, because you literally just walk around over here, so if you're going to do it, you'd probably do it in another area that you can't get to otherwise. I guess you can't do that either, because I think that's the ice beam, right? So even if you could, it wouldn't even be that good in the first place. It's like this platform was kept afloat by its propulsion system. Shoot it. There's that door over there to the right, and then there's the one... Oh, there's like one like right behind us too, isn't there? Oh, it's up above, I'm pretty sure. I'm probably gonna wrap up here in a minute and get a little tired. Which Prime 4 was certainly interesting. Definitely does not live up to fucking any of the expectations. It is 100% here. And it now exists, and good for it. Just need to like go down here or something. I thought you did go in that door up there. But I suppose not. I don't think you can get up over there, because that's all Frozone too. What happens if you jump up on these? Nothing. You might be able to squunge up there too. Ooh, almost. Oh, nice. Yeah, look at that. Neat. Like I said, it doesn't really get you anything because you kind of don't go anywhere here, but doesn't quite do anything. But hey, we can pretend like it did, like we found something neat. But nope. I think we just used the save station, right? Yeah, we did. Yeah, I guess I'll probably wrap it up here. But yeah, I would say, you know, going through even just a little bit of this, it is definitely a much more charming and interesting experience overall, probably. Like, I think Prime 4 is just a weird game. It's just one of those things, but I would say tomorrow we'll probably do like maybe like Kenji or something, or maybe we'll do like, it was tomorrow like Wednesday or something, I think. Yeah, maybe we'll do like a Wednesday thing if I can muster up some whacked out juices. Yeah, Prime 4 was definitely, that was rough. Good where it's good, and pretty terrible where it's terrible. So it's definitely, it's a rough one. But either way, yep, that'll be it for me. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for the support tonight. I know we got 4 resubs, made $2. So I appreciate you guys hanging out and resubbing and watching and all that stuff. Now Prime 1 is the best Prime. 4 versus 3 is a closer fight. Might I recommend some ZA? I thought about it, but then I uninstalled it earlier because I was like, I'm not sure if I'm going back to this anytime soon. But at least we got the save file for it in case I decide that I want to go in that direction and we do that. So who knows? Maybe. But anyway, that's gonna be it for me. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good one. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.